Hello everybody, welcome. Some more Danganronpa we missed out on it yesterday. So we're going to stream some today. I'm hit with the hydrate while I was in the loading screen there. We got Axie bringing the high, we got Yarn. We're off to a good start. Alright. We got a few people hanging out in the chat. Which means it is time for, as it was last time, our recap segment. So let's have a little look at what happened last time in case you weren't able to watch the VODs. Let's get on over there and check that out. Previously on Danganronpa. You're late, Makoto. We've been waiting for you. I bet you were afraid to be discovered as the murderer you are. Yeah, because Sayaka was sleeping in Makoto's bedroom, and that's where she was murdered. Everyone thinks that you're the murderer.
Listen to me!
Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. Save that for the class trial. Then we can reveal the details, all the details of Makoto's crime. Game might be a bit lag compared to you. Okay, let's just adjust that down a little. Thank you. So really convinced I did it, but I didn't do it. Me and Sayaka both know that all too well. I mean, she's dead, so that's not really good. Not a really good witness. But then, who is the killer? Guess I have no choice but to get on this elevator.
Well then.
Let us begin.
Yes.
Good idea.
Hey,
Are you scared? No, scared isn't quite right.
Makoto.
I said it before. It's up to you to uncover the mystery surrounding this case yourself. If you don't, you'll never come to grips with the truth. You need to uncover the truth of Sayaka's death. I didn't need someone else to tell me to do that. Sayaka's honor. I swear I'll find out who the real killer is. I was raising my voice to try and give myself courage. I turned trembling with anticipation towards the elevator. Each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. Everyone else was already aboard the elevator when I finally stepped on. The doors closed, the elevator started to move. Everybody said and found our seats. I love the circular courtrooms where it's like everyone's the defendant at the same time. Terrible monochrome, it looks nothing like a courtroom, you fucking weirdo. True. Seats arranged in a giant circle. It was set up so that everyone could see everyone, which also meant it would be easy for anyone to transfer their attention and unease onto anyone else. The air seemed to grow heavy as we sat there. And so, the curtain on our first case opened. A deadly judgment. A deadly deception. A deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle. A deadly defense. A deadly faith. A deadly class trial. Alright, time to make a comic. And go.
Here's exactly what happened. I think I'd better take one more look back at the case from the beginning. Last night, the killer went to the room Sayaka was in. In other words, my room. From what we can tell, Sayaka invited that person there intending to kill them. She attacked them with the knife she'd taken from the kitchen earlier. But then something happened that she wasn't prepared for. They grabbed the fake sword I put in my room and fought back. During the struggle, a strike from the sword broke Sayaka's right wrist. And that's when she lost her grip on the kitchen knife. Finding herself cornered, Sayaka panicked and ran into the bathroom. The killer went after her, but couldn't get the bathroom door open. What they didn't know was that my bathroom door got stuck easily, and there was a trick to opening it. Sayaka knew about that because I told her, but of course the killer had no way of knowing. So instead, the killer forced the door open, took the kitchen knife and stabbed Sayaka. But with what strength she had remaining, Sayaka left a dying message. To keep the killer from noticing, she wrote it on the wall behind her.
Just the clue we needed, sir.
And with that, all her strength was gone. With Sayaka dead, the killer quickly began destroying the evidence.
But not all of it.
First, they took off their shirt, which was covered in their victim's blood. Then they took the lint roller in my room and cleaned up the entire area. They wanted to make sure they got rid of any trace they'd ever been there. Afterwards, the killer headed to the trash room to destroy their bloody shirt. They tried to burn the shirt using the incinerator there, but the trash room was blocked off by an especially sturdy gate, preventing access to the incinerator. So they came up with a plan to use Hiro's crystal ball, which he left in the laundry room. The killer managed to throw the ball through the gap in the gate and hit the incinerator switch. For any normal person, that'd be an impossible throw, but the killer had the confidence to take a shot. And that's because the killer was the ultimate baseball star.
Yeah, just the skill set they'd need.
The crystal ball, thrown with absolute precision, hit the switch on the incinerator, which then quickly roared to life.
Isn't that right? 11037, exactly.
Having destroyed the final piece of evidence, they left the area with, I imagine, a sigh of relief. But there was one thing they missed.
Small piece of shirt didn't get burnt up.
Part of the shirt they'd thrown into the fire burnt away and fell out of the incinerator. The killer didn't notice this, and so left behind a piece of indisputable evidence. Isn't that right, Leon?
Yeah, Leon. More importantly,
Kills!
That's-
Kills! Kills!
let's hurry up and get what everyone's been waiting for. The punishment! Here's what Monokuma was talking about. You ready? We can go upstairs. That was coming on that dust, but on the shelf is a letter? What's this? Rose Peak Academy?
Indeed.
It was buried under a thick layer of dust. Must have been sitting there for quite a while. Well, shall we see what's inside? But we shouldn't read other people's mail without their permission.
Is that right?
What we shouldn't do is leave this here without finding out what's inside. Okay. Broke the seal on the dusty envelope, pulled out the single sheet of paper I found inside. I folded the paper and read what was written there. The Home Peak Academy Executive Office. Throughout the years, we have been committed to shaping the youth who will one day shape the world. We have a long, proud history as an institution of higher learning with full governmental support. Graduates enter society ready to take on active leadership roles in every major job field. However, Home Peak Academy must now lower the curtain on its glorious history, for the time being. This decision was not an easy one to make, but serious issues beyond our control have made it necessary. But make no mistake, this is not the end for Home Peak Academy. We intend to reopen our doors as soon as the issues forcing our closure have been removed. That being said, this is the end for now. I would like to personally and sincerely thank everyone for your help and support over the years. For now, we are awaiting official governmental authorization to formally cease operations. What does this mean? The contents of the letter are quite interesting indeed.
It would seem...
It seemed Hope's Peak had stopped functioning as a school. And judging by the amount of dust the letter had collected, it doesn't seem to have happened recently. If I had to guess, so this letter could be at least a year old. So you're saying Hope's Peak is closed down at least a year ago? Most likely the mastermind took over the abandoned school in order to put on this little performance. That would mean it was closed when I got here just a few days ago. But I didn't get that sense at all. What happens if someone loans their handbook to someone else? A boy could borrow a girl's handbook. That would get them to the girl's locker room, would it not? But that never even occurred to me. I think someone could be so low, so cowardly, so devilish. Okay, then how's this sound? Time for a new rule. As of this moment, loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. There. So now no one can give their handbook to anyone else, right? I was going to cut off his last time. Oh, I'm in the middle of the screen. But yeah, that kind of covered most of what happened last time. We did the class trial. I cut out all of the conversations. There was a lot of accusations trying to make Makoto, which managed to get out of, and eventually we got to the final result that was Leon. Game is super loud. Okay. I thought it might be. Game's really loud for me as well, because it keeps, I swear, it keeps changing the settings every time I reset it. Oh, I'm in the save file screen. Should be way quieter now. Anyway, whatever. Yes, so not as good of a cutoff on the previously on as last time. We ended with just the welcome back, Starlight. Yeah, we did the class trial, we got Makoto cleared, and we accused Leon. The second floor of the school opened up, and you saw a couple of interesting bits there that we need to keep track of. There's a few other ones as well, but the major stuff that I didn't want to, I cut together a 30-minute video, and I was like, wow, this is way too long. Way at the start of the stream. But the other stuff that wasn't in there, other than the new rule being added to the handbook, which Monokuma said he could do at any time, which was that when allowed to take or borrow other people's handbooks, is that the school has been closed for what seems to be a year from the letter that's in the library with the amount of dust that was on it. And the bit that I cut out that was really long was Mondo and Taka having their contest in the sauna, where they were like, ah, yes, we're going to out-manly the other person because you keep calling me a coward, and then they ended up being the best of friends. That was pretty much where we wrapped up the stream last time. So let's see what's going on in Hope's Peak Academy with the second story opened up to everybody. What was I doing? I was doing daily life stuff. I forget what I was doing with that. Let's just check. I think I did some with Celeste, and I did one with yeah, we got the bonus coins. Yeah, raise. That was the one. I feel like I did Yasuhiro. Yeah, to get lost in the thought. Right, that was the one I was looking for. Okay. Cool. I thought, whoa, that's flickering really quickly there as I was in the menu. What presents we got? Sonic cup noodles. I think those are good for. Oh, why does that? Okay, chill game. That's the cup noodles. Mondo. Cool. Alright. God, it's still really loud. I just noticed that when I did the scan, it went super loud. I don't know what it is with this game. It's horrendously loud sometimes. Yes. Where is Wonder hiding? So yeah, we gotta kill a bit more time hanging out with people before the next major story event happens. Easy. How are you doing, Star? Hope you're having a lovely morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever time it is for yourself. Hey, Mondo. Hey, Makoto, what's up? Been checking out with Mondo for a while?
That's
Sure.
true.
Kind of weird, you know that? You're afraid of me, or wanting to hang out. Oh, whatever. You want to grab something to drink? Best we don't get into it. Okay, fair enough. Both things get better. We'll just leave it at that. No, but I know that feel. Oh no, I went to the dining hall and had some tea. We were already in the dining hall, but okay. Oh no, I grew a little closer today. Did I give Mondo a present? Yes. He can have cup noodles.
Damn
And
you!
something like this?
Hey, damn it!
I didn't hand it over earlier. You want to so pleased with something I gave. It makes me happy.
Yo,
Hey, Makoto, what's your ride? Oh, my ride?
what?
Yeah, man, your hug, your chopper, your
What?
motorcycle. Oh, I don't ride anything.
Huh?
What? You're not a little kid anymore, right? You still don't have a hug?
Jesus Christ.
God, you're such a fucking dweeb. Sorry?
Yo,
Alright, man, I'm gonna educate you. Everyone rides a Kawasaki, okay? That's what I ride.
hell yeah!
Gotta see it, man. V-Twin's got that monster power. It's like you're dancing. Kawasaki just for anyone. Gotta have the skill to handle it. Just really love your motorcycle.
Stop fucking
Hell
around.
yeah, I do. I'm a goddamn biker, ain't I? We're all crazy as hell. The leader of the biggest bike gang in Japan, right?
Hell yeah!
Damn straight. Invincible Crazy Diamond Gang. What is this, Jojo? Crazy Diamond? Anybody? He said the F word? He did say the F word. Want to come and ride with us? That's the sound coming out of a straight pipe. Hot damn. Straight pipe?
What?
Come on, you gotta know what a straight
What?
pipe is, right? Like when something's missing, right? So that makes a monster sound. Got no muffler. And the motorcycle doesn't have a muffler, right?
Hell yeah!
So you did know. Good. That's that. Next time we ride, you ride with us.
That's true.
Man, it makes you think back to when I first started riding. JoJo references in 2023. It's more likely than you think.
Yo,
My big bro used to ride too, you know? His name's Dio. Diamondo, together with the Diamond Brothers. Get it? Diamondo. Diamond. Haha, funny joke. Everyone up and down the country knew us.
what?
Of course, I was always
What?
the cool one. Diamond Brothers? Sounds kind of incredible.
By the way,
Next time I'm gonna end the stream, I swear. Hey, it's not me making the jokes this time. It's the stream doing it. The game, even. Also, I seriously doubt you're close enough to 200,000 points. Access to the breaker box, don't tempt me. You wouldn't want to do that to your own PC, Axie. Oh, do you now? I mean, if you do, then shit, you got your points together. Access to the modem, don't tempt me. Eventually, the cops got us this right over me. I was in some tough shit, man.
hey, damn it!
I pulled over when they came up to me. Well, let's just say it was a massacre. Massacre? Man, Mondo, you must be really strong.
Stop fucking around.
Of course, you can't wave the banner for our gang without that kind of strength.
Shit.
In fact, they'll go for the leader first. Kill the leader of the pack, you know? So the other gangs come after me. You want to be the leader of the pack, you gotta be a tough motherfucker. How to bypass channel points 101, correct.
Yo,
You said, I mean, we're going on our first ride. Get ready for it. Actually, maybe it's better if I don't get involved with that kind of thing. Like I said, I don't even have a motorcycle. I don't even know how to drive one. Hello, Toph.
hell yeah!
You can ride with me. Or with Mondo. The other gang's targeted first, right? No way.
Hell yeah!
Hey, I said get ready for it. Damn, I am pumped. Can't wait to get out of here now. On the left, apparently in a pretty good mood. This is really bad. If I get out of here, I might still be in real trouble. Yeah, maximum skill points. Won't work when Abby has UPS, correct. Tracking my anxiety behind me, I went back to my room. How's the game? I've played it before, but it's very good. Thank you for asking. Oh god. Want a Kuma?
Ahem. School announcement, school announcement.
This isn't the usual school announcement.
Nighttime is quickly approaching, but before it arrives, all students, please gather in the gym immediately.
This isn't good.
Emergency! Emergency!
This really isn't good. Gather in the gym? Why now all of a sudden? I really don't like the sound of this. I have a terrible feeling. Glad you're still enjoying it. Oh, I love this game. One of the few games I wish I could like go and erase my memory and play it again completely fresh, because it'd be so much fun. But I get to experience a lot of your first time playing this game. Or at least seeing it. Oh, Kyoko, did you hear the announcement just now?
Indeed.
Yes. I don't want to go, but we don't have any other choice, right?
Right.
Can't imagine it's going to be good news. It's not a good idea to fire him here and now.
Goodbye.
So I'm going on ahead. I can't do anything except what Akuma tells me. I'm Mondo.
Yo.
Hey man, you about to head in? Yeah, has everybody gone on ahead? Looks that way. I don't like it. Nothing good's gonna come from ignoring that goddamn bear. Mondo? Are you sure you're okay? Kinda went all out in that sauna.
What?
Huh? Who went all out? Shit doesn't even faze me.
Yo.
But you know, at the edge of hell, Promise P Med was waiting for me. Never saw it coming.
Yo.
Anyway, let's get our asses into the gym. And something unique must have happened between the two of them. I mean, they were in a sauna, fully clothed, together for most of the night. I mean, something special definitely happened. I have no idea what the fuck it would be. Two wild and crazy guys. I know, they're best friends. The bikie gang leader and the straight-laced moral compass guy. Hey, Fumi, I haven't got in yet.
Why is that?
Listen, hey, you don't scare me like that. Sorry, we really should go inside. No, don't go. You can't go. That's what my ghost friend is telling me. I don't feel good about it either, but we can't just ignore this. Damn, that's true too.
I suppose.
Guess you have no choice. I have to go too. Man, Fumi's so fucking weird. Us gets together all of a sudden, like this. What could he possibly want?
Well,
Indeed. What might await us this time? He keeps things interesting, that's for certain. How's that funny? How can you smile at a normal person once in a while? Like, how the housewife in a classic TV show smiles at the end of an episode.
What the heck?
Something totally messed up with you if you can laugh at a time like this. Which of us is actually messed up,
Huh?
What's that supposed to mean? Nothing in particular. Just admiring, that's all. I don't want to kill anyone, but I also don't want to stay here living in blind denial day after day. I was just admiring how you could live like that and still keep your sanity.
what is this?
I'm not in denial. That reminds me. Remember how you kept talking about how the police or whoever would come to help us? How'd that turn out? Seems like there's no sign whatsoever of a possible rescue.
Well,
That's just...
huh?
I wonder what actually happened.
Certainly.
It's strange, that's true. There's no way the police would know about it. We're right in the middle of a major urban area.
What?
The police suck! On the contrary, the mastermind may just be that powerful to take control of even the police.
Could it be?
Oh, this might not be related, but... Don't say it. Nope, gonna say it.
It's not like some occult
That
mystery.
last night, I was near the main hall, just staring off into space. And all of a sudden, I heard it.
Huh?
You heard what? A sound that I don't really know what it was. What kind of sound? Well, like I said, I don't really know. But if I had to describe it,
Could it be?
it was like a construction site, I guess. construction site.
For serious.
I mean, I just make that up. I really just barely heard anything. Then you definitely made it up. Must have just been the sound of the ocean in that head of yours. Say what? What you talk about, Toko? Here he comes again. It's Monokuma! He's arrived. What Hero heard wasn't the sound of construction, and people died yet 3 of them have so far. But it could have been an explosion. Huh? Oh, maybe a machine gun. It can kind of sound like construction in a way. What are you talking about?
What?
Beyond this point, my mouth is zipped, my lips are sealed, I'm fully fucking. There's a secret little secret.
And?
Fine, let's move on to what you can tell us. Why'd you call us all here?
Say what?
You don't be around the old bush, do ya? Ready for me to get to the point, huh?
If you please.
But before that, you mind if I vent a little? Pocket, fuck off, Monokuma. That's what I always thought when I played this. Get to this part, I'm like, please no. I'm low on energy these days. This ditching team is losing all its shine and luster. I'm thinking it's probably because of this ho-hum, boring old everyday life. I'm looking for something with a little more stimulation, something rife with danger and intrigue.
Yep.
Listen, can I just be frank?
Today.
No, you're
I'm
Monokuma.
feeling
Not allowed to be frank. The next Blackhead hasn't shown up yet, and I'm getting bored.
Hey,
So I decided to come up with a new way to motivate you. Motivate? It's another set of videos or something? Are you going to show us some demented thing to try and get us all to murder again?
damn it.
Drive you to murder? What a mean thing to say. Just awful.
You hear me?
I don't know what you've got planned, but we're not going to kill each other anymore.
Got it.
No matter what you do, I swear to God, we won't. Very big talk. You best to back it up, okay? Now then, with your permission, let me begin. This time it's embarrassing memories and secrets. As long as you're alive, it's a given that things you don't want other people to know about you. So I did a little investigating of my own and dug up some of your darkest secrets.
And those embarrassing memories and secrets are all contained in the envelopes I have right here.
What a crazy motive this time, right? Like, can you imagine? Like, even if you don't open it up and see what the worst memory he's got of you is, like, I'm sure there's something everybody here is like, oh yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to know that.
I'm going to hand them out now. So take a second to take a peek.
As Monokuma spoke, he tossed the envelopes at our feet. I quickly snatched up the envelope with my name written on it. I nervously pulled out what was written inside, and my entire body suddenly went rigid. Makoto wet the bed until he was in the 5th grade. What? How? How did you find out about this? Everyone started talking at once. You have 24 hours. Someone must have become the Blackened by then.
Extreme!
All of your deepest, darkest, most embarrassingest secrets will be exposed to the world. Maybe I'll roll by a crowded intersection of vans strapped with loudspeakers and spill the beans. Wouldn't that be so embarrassing? So that's what you meant by motivate. Yup, you got it. They're all pretty unpleasant. Trust me, none of you want to reveal that stuff, right? It's definitely something I'd rather people not know, but you'd never kill over something like that.
What?
What did you say?
Count on it.
He's right. Your plan is doomed to fail. No one's going to murder something for this kind of thing.
This is kind of
Oh
depressing.
no. Is it because, for better or worse, your memory is still a way to connect to the outside world? I was stuff I wouldn't want anyone to know, no matter what. So I assumed you'd all be the same. So I put so much effort into preparing this next motive. Man, you're really saying you won't kill each other over this stuff? That just sucks. Well, what can you do? Okay then. In 24 hours, I'll expose all your secrets just to make myself feel a little better.
Okay.
So sad. So depressed. Fare not well. I do like fare not well. That was pretty funny. With an almost convincing look of depressed dejection on his face, Monokuma receded into the gym's depths.
So,
I didn't know what to expect at first, but maybe we dodged a bullet on this one. I mean, yeah, having those secrets revealed is going to be totally embarrassing. That's seriously not enough to give someone a reason to kill, right?
Listen to me!
Good news, everyone. I have a brilliant idea.
You hear me?
Why don't we just confess the secrets of those envelopes right here and now?
Without a doubt.
If we do that, any and all motive for murder will vanish. Pretty smart, right?
Quiet down and
Okay,
listen.
so embarrassing thing is... I don't want to hear your stupid story. What? Besides, I don't want to talk about it. I don't care what anyone says. I don't want to talk about mine.
as for me,
Neither do I. Not because it's unpleasant, because it is impossible.
Oh?
Well, it's just human nature to want to hear it when you say it's impossible. Come on, it'll be good for you. Absolutely not.
Come on.
It's
come
okay,
on.
just a little bit. Come on.
honestly,
As I said,
Here we go.
I'm not reading all that out. You got the point.
Hey!
I said I don't want to talk about it, you human bag of lard.
Say what?
I agree with them. There's no need to discuss it. What do you think, Chihiro?
I'm sorry,
Sorry, I don't really want to talk about it right now.
but
But I also don't want to leave things the way they are. So maybe we can talk about it later? After I try my best to become strong. Then I can tell everyone.
so,
You don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I'm not super excited to talk about it either.
That's true.
Everyone is that much against it. Even if my bro's the one that suggested it, I gotta say no. Well, that's okay then. Either way, it was just a few secrets. I'm sure nobody's about to kill anybody over it. I hope you're right. Secret so bad you'd kill someone to keep it? Nobody's got something like that, right? Okay, I'll stop with all the secret talk, but
You hear me?
each of us has 24 hours to get ready. Having our secrets exposed is going to be fun. It's not like we're going to die because of it. So, you know, don't do anything hasty. You keep repeating, that makes me worry even more. Oh, okay. Sorry. I know it's going to be tough, but... pick the perfect timing, because now it's nighttime. Nobody's allowed to go out. Curfew's in order.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime.
Nighttime.
Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Nighttime already, huh? Okay, let's call it a day.
Of course.
Good idea. We need to prepare for tomorrow. I was left with an anxiety I just couldn't shake, but we left things as they were and left things as they lay. One by one, we headed back to our rooms. Secrets or memories you don't want anyone to know about. A way to connect to the outside world. Honestly, all that crap Monokuma was spouting didn't have any effect on me. There's no way anyone would kill over stuff like that. At least, that's what I thought. Maybe I was just being optimistic. Probably why, without too much of a struggle. Yeah, I'm more tired than usual. Super tired today. I fell asleep. What I didn't know was, even then, tragedy was taking place. Hey, do you have a second? I want to confide in you. That's the prevailing world attitude right now. The difference between passive and active, I mean. For example, it's the difference between like, oops, I killed him, and yeah, that's right, I killed him. Basically, there are tons of people who don't understand the difference. Can you believe it? There's a huge difference between oops and that's right. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, passive versus active voice. Come on, Monokuma. Anyone can kill someone in the heat of the moment. It's surprisingly few can do it with calculated intent. to make that choice and put it into action, it's way harder than just letting your emotions lead you. It's all about preparation, resolve. So maybe you're wondering, what's the point I'm trying to make?
Well, I'm not totally sure myself. Maybe you should try reading between the lines.
So who's gonna wind up dead? I mean, if there's a tragedy taking place, it's probably a murder, right? So who's the next one to die? What do you reckon? Any guesses? Anyone? I was just fixing my tracking. Morning. Good. Good morning.
Good morning!
Oh god, he's right in my face. Ah! Nice reaction. Okay, you didn't disappoint. What are you doing here?
Yep.
I wanted to spice things up, so instead of a school announcement, I decided to wake you up in person. The hell for? Because it's fun. As long as I'm here, I figure I'd let you hear it right from the bear's mouth. Hear what? Are you sure you should be acting this laid back? I mean, even though something happened to one of your buddy classmates. What?
Say what?
What? Your face is all blue like someone on the verge of death. But what happened? What are you talking about? It's for me to know and you to find out. Good luck. Something happened to someone. Was it? No, it can't be. There's no way someone would. But what if? No, what ifs are pointless, especially now when. The dining hall. I need to get to the dining hall. Here's our first look at who's still alive. Ah, Makoto. Are you okay?
Hey.
Did Monokuma talk to you too? You know, Hiro, Sakura, and... Yeah, Byakuya's still alive. Let's just tear that bandit off right now. Byakuya. You're the only ones here? Where's everyone else? Either they're already trying to verify what Monokuma said, or they've fallen victim to the something that Monokuma mentioned. The something?
Perhaps.
Can't be. Has it happened again? Murder? After hearing what Monokuma had to say, the worst possibility forced its way into my mind. It took everything I had to drive that thought away. So, something really did happen. Does that mean someone did it because of what happened yesterday?
Huh?
Can't be. Stuff is just a bunch of old memories. Just old memories. Don't be so sure about that. Clearly someone felt it was more important than that. Huh? To judge someone else's value based on your own outlook. Do you realize how dangerous that is?
What the heck?
What? Why didn't you say something yesterday?
Naturally.
Did you already forget? This isn't a co-op game. It's every man for himself. What good does it do to go out of my way to help you?
Just the worst.
Stop saying that already. There's something wrong with him. For serious, did he get brainwashed or something?
Wait.
That's not important. What matters right now is we find out what happened.
That's fine.
She's right. Let's split up and begin looking. The game is afoot. No. Foot's a legend. Get it? Because it's the end of your leg. Anyway. Already saw Hina. Down the halls here. So we're just trying to see who's still alive. I already know where we're supposed to go. So I will head in that general direction. But we got Hina. We saw the people in the dining hall. Rooms that we got that are new ones that we didn't have access to before. So let's just check the bath real quick. Everything's normal in here. Okay, good. No dead body in the sauna. That would have been really awkward. Not even necessarily seeing any traces of blood anywhere in the bath or anything like that. So, you know, that gives us a bit more More info to go on. Likely didn't have anywhere down around the bath, at least. It's not in the laundry. I'll skip past that one. So as you may have been able to guess, there's Hero. So we know he's still fine. He was in the dining hall as well. As you may have guessed, you know, first part of the game, first murder was on the ground floor, which was all we had access to. The second murder, on the second floor. So, you know, we have to keep using the new rooms. We can't just, like, use the same areas to explore. But where on the second floor did it happen? Well... Oh, the door's open. Are they supposed to be locked?
For this investigation, I have unlocked the doors. Please look around to your heart's content.
That's ominous. Investigation?
It's all clear now.
Just as I thought. Byakuya!
I see.
Judging from what he said, there can be no doubt a murder really has taken place. Come on! And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Are suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room. He was wondering as if only talking to himself. Without waiting for a reply, he pressed his hand against the girls' locker room door. And the door swung open without a sound. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. And our new murder victim is... Chihiro. What? I don't know how long it took me to fully comprehend the reality of what I was looking at. But as soon as I did... A loud, almost primeval scream escaped from my mouth. That's a convenient excuse to raid the girls' lockers. I mean, I don't think much raiding going on when there's a corpse there, Quest. Tried to suppress my screaming, but it was useless. It surged out of me like water from a spring gushing out of the ground. The Archaea, on the other hand...
Very strange.
Most unusual, don't you think? He was totally calm, almost like he was watching this all unfold in front of a TV screen. Oh dear indeed.
I see.
Look, Chihiro's corpse has been suspended somehow. And something's been written on the wall in blood. Bloodlust? Such a brutal way to kill someone. No, this is beyond brutal. Wouldn't you agree? They killed her. How can it not be brutal? No, that's not my point. This murder is far too bizarre for any everyday amateur to have committed it. Unlike with Sayaka, this murder was not a crime of passion or necessity. It's almost as if whoever did this did it for fun. See what I mean, don't you? What? My head was swimming. I was still reeling, too confused to understand what he was trying to say. Before I could even begin to clear my head.
What the heck?
Hey, I heard screaming. Did something... Ah! Chihiro! And here it is. So, I think Monokuma mentioned this, You mentioned this the first time with Sayaka? No, I think, because Makoto was passed out. I think he'll mention it here in a second. So I won't spoil it.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
What the hell was that?
What?
Ah, that's right. You were unconscious during Sayaka, so you don't know about it. What you just heard was the body discovery announcement. Apparently, when 3 or more people discover a body, an announcement plays to let everyone know. I imagine so the search of the culprit can proceed fairly for everyone involved. Proceed fairly? The body discovery announcement? Then Chihiro really is?
Naturally.
Dead, yes. Before you start screaming your head off, go round everyone up. seems another game has begun. Another life or death game to uncover a killer. Oh yeah, this is definitely a premeditated quest. You're not wrong. Taka bolted out of the locker room. As everyone made their way to the scene, it felt as if no time passed at all. No time passed at all. It's like my sense of time had just taken wing and flown away. I finally came back to myself. I saw everyone had the same look of confusion, fear, and anger. We all just stood there, gathered around Chihiro's body.
Damn.
Damn, I couldn't keep her safe. So there's another victim? Which means we're now in the same position once again. Fuck, man. What the fuck is this?
What?
This is a dream. This is a dream. It's all just a dream. In fact, I haven't been born yet. I don't have any memory of ever being alive. Fucking Hifumi. Shut up. All right. Investigation started. Let's start talking to everybody. So let's start with Mondo. That's the door.
Hey.
Something written on the wall. Doesn't that concern you? On the wall? Oh, you can't talk to anyone yet. Okay, cool. Hello, blood loss written on the wall in blood.
So...
I don't think this is any kind of dying message. It's just too strange. You know, I think we're writing bloodlust and blood. Does this sound kind of familiar? A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal murder method. At the scene of each crime, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. Like they're a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. What nickname did the internet give to this mysterious killer? Genocide Jack. Genocide Jack, the murderous fiend whose grisly attacks are famous all across the country. The ultimate murderous fiend, creating a reputation of abnormal, downright cruel killings.
What is this?
And this is some copycat killer trying to imitate Genocide Jack's style? Why would anyone do that? Perhaps it's the work of the real Genocide Jack. What? The real? Wait, are you saying Genocide Jack is here in the school?
No way!
There's no way. You're going so far as to write bloodlust at the scene. I'm surprised at their stupidity.
Well,
I can't imagine a worse situation than dealing with a stupid murderer. Byaku's such an asshole, he really is. What is it now? Toko! He was pointing towards the entrance of the girls' locker room. Oh. Toko's last to arrive. She was just standing there. No! Why? 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 She fainted. That did not sound good. Toko! You know, rushed over to collapse. Toko started trying to shake her awake. Toko, are you okay? Come on, wake up.
oh.
Well, that's right. I remember what she said about how she faints anytime she sees blood.
Oh.
So she's hemophobic? I imagine she does not watch too many horror films then. This isn't a violation of the rules, right? I mean, technically she passed out somewhere besides her room. I think we should be okay. Regulations prohibit sleeping, like, on purpose. So since she didn't faint on purpose, it doesn't count. Gotcha.
Just a second.
Toko, can you hear me? Hey, you gotta wake up. As if she'd heard her. Toko suddenly shot awake. As in, she literally jumped up from where she was laying. With such a strange reaction, I was at a total loss for words. She leapt straight up in the air, changing her stance as she did. In no time flat, she was just standing up. Knowing the physical contortions she had to go through, her motions were totally haphazard. Huh? What? Sorry about that. I was just so shocked, you know. It happens, right? Was I the only one? Toko, are you okay? I'm fine. Yeah. Wow, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead?
What the heck?
You must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. How does a front and a back? It's up hitting at a bottom of a sea of truth and a web of lies.
Well...
This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different. No, everything's fine. At least the stutter's all gone. It's a good thing, right? Yeah.
I see.
It's clear to me everything is not fine. Your eyes seem strangely vacant. Might be best if we take her back to her room for the time being.
So,
I don't mind taking her back, but can someone help me? If you need help, I don't mind. Tucker, could you help me? She totally ignored me. Very well, you take care of the girl and the rest of us can begin the investigation right away. Can I assume nobody has a problem leaving Sakura and Mondo on guard duty again? Hold on a second, rush into an investigation. The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, I'm sure you realize that.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There is no question that Chihiro was murdered by someone among us. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Of course!
Right as rain! Don't take it as a bad thing, just as a fact of life. Because that's how graduation works. And it's happened again. Is that what you're saying? That another one of us killed a fellow classmate? Doniko's my favorite. Also Sakura. Sakura's so beautiful. Sakura is great. What? Does that freak you guys out? You guys got no balls, you know that? Is there just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want. Actually, I don't have any either. Sorry.
Stop talking.
Stop monologuing. Give us whatever you came here to give us. You did bring it, right? I sure did, chum.
It's the Monokuma file!
Allow me to present the Monokuma file. I know how much you must be looking forward to it.
See ya
So
later.
please, do your very tippy-top best on this investigation.
no way!
Do we really gotta do another investigation? Examining the corpse of one of our friends? Having to inspect all of our other friends?
Why?
I hate this. I can't take it anymore. I hate it too.
Help me.
I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
Hey.
Where do you plan on going? There's nowhere to run.
Such ignorance.
Just accept it already. After all, blood is just a liquid. A dead body is a simple object. You are very enthusiastic about all this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprit, we all die. That's true, but to jump into it so soon.
What?
What? Do you want to die?
Such ignorance.
Fine, then go off and die somewhere. Right now, go ahead. You're just a waste of space.
Damn you!
A dead body is an object?
Piece of shit!
Chihiro wasn't an object. Show a little respect or I'll beat some into you.
Calm down.
Everyone stop bickering. Listen, there's some truth in what Byakuya has said. Kyoko?
Because
If we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Byakuya is right that Genocide Jack is somehow the one who killed Chihiro,
that's right.
then unless we do something, more victims could start piling up.
What?
Forget more victims. If we mess this up, we're all dead meat.
Hey! Hey!
Hold on. If that's your worry, you don't gotta worry any longer. In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people. What? I don't remember any rule like that.
Actually,
I just came up with it. I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, the lovely student life would be all over, right? The new rules been added to the regulations menu. That's why I kept in that bit about the school handbooks for the last time in the previously section, because, like, come on. You're just gonna start adding rules at random, right?
so then.
In that case, why not limit it to 1 person?
Hey,
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle. Oh, just one would totally murder that possibility.
punishment is
Farewell for
waiting
now.
for you.
I'll catch you guys at the class trial. Can't say I understand his thinking, but if we can kill up to 2 people, then one more person's life could still be in danger. Which is definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something else happens.
You son of a bitch!
You need to shut the fuck up!
So,
Well, for now, Taka and I and me are gonna drop Toko off at her room. Nice, I'm gonna get dropped off.
there is nothing to be done.
We have no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation. Toot sweet. If we do not solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro,
Is that okay?
then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife. That's true. I hate this, but if I want to survive, me and everyone else, we have to do it. We don't have any other choice. Alright, investigation time. First of all, guys, check the Monokuma file to see exactly what's going on. Victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. So after the self-mandated curfew. Body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the 2nd floor of the school. Cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. That's all it says. Well, it's not like there's any point in complaining about it. No matter what, I gotta do what I gotta do. Monokuma file number 2 is gonna have the truthful section. Hey, Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? Did you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course. Life without purpose is quite dull, you know. So what did you need? I'm going to let you cooperate with me during my investigation. Huh?
What?
I'm purchasing your talent. The same talent which allowed you to solve Sayaka's case. Solve? No, I just
Stop talking.
seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation. So you're inviting me to come with you? You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though.
Let's go.
How much note-taking we need to solve the cases so far? That's the fun part. I played the entire Danganronpa series before. I'm mostly playing through them again. I haven't played this in years, though. The first one I remember because it's really obvious. I am also playing this on the hardest difficulty for the logic, so like the actual puzzles are a bit harder in the class trials, but I think I made one mistake total. But yeah, it's the big thing is, and I'll get through this text and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Now then, shall we get started? But we need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around. You got that emote got big? Yeah. I have it set up so it drops the emotes, makes them nice and big so everyone can see them. It's good. I don't really know what just happened. It looks like I'll be working with Byakuya now on this one. So if you go into your handbook, you can go to Truth Thoughts, and all of the different like pieces of evidence you get are actually like fully in here that you can read through quests. So if you're in the middle of a section in the class trial, you can hit F1 and see like every single piece of evidence you gather as well. And because you only have to like, it's like Phoenix Wright in that regard, in that like there's specific moments where specific pieces of evidence are relevant to shoot down a specific statement someone's making or to lead people to another conclusion. So you don't have to keep a huge amount of notes. Yes, Phoenix Wright. I totally stumbled over my words because I was in the middle of reading Koala Remote in my chat. Anyway. There's a dumbbell on the floor and this is a bloodstain. There's a bloodstain on the dumbbell. Monokuma file said a blow to her head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does this mean the dumbbell was actually the murder weapon? Penis, am I right? Look, dude, Byakuya is a dick, but you don't have to just outright call him penis. Does this mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon?
That's right.
I don't imagine it could have been anything else. He's straight up a penis, he is. It's true. I can't, he's a fucking cockhead. So true. Alright, there's a piece of evidence. There's a flush bloodstain on the carpet. It must have been splattered with blood during the murder. Penis is a scientific term for penis. It's true. The poster's got some blood on it. Must have happened during the murder. Right. Take a look at the body. I can feel the life draining out of my own body. Think of the head pat. Chihiro's dead body.
Very strange.
The more I look at it, the more strange it all seems. This must be Genocide Jack's handiwork. Well, but
What?
we're still not sure he did it. Is that what you're going to say? I wonder about that. Bloodlust written on the wall in blood. What's the meaning behind it? Bloodlust. He used to stuff room all the time. Now it's become a site of Chihiro's death. Why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else than carried here. She was very light, that is true. It would be hard for someone to carry her, but still.
Well,
I still think she came here on her own, by choice. What makes you say that? She'd been talking a lot lately about how she wanted to get stronger. They're saying she came in here to exercise? According to the Montgomery file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. She really been exercising that late?
Perhaps.
Nina or myself, I'm usually in the locker room during the day. She's probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. So I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead, she came to exercise in the middle of the night?
However,
Perhaps. But it's difficult for me to imagine she would come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed support from others. So saying she could have come in here in the middle of the night to train in secret, but she also would have come with someone else. It's a possibility, I think. Hey, Sakura's account. Alright. Let's see what Mondo has to say. Dude had a real complex about being weak. Heard Chira talk about it, right? All I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did, which explains the trip down here. She really need to get stronger that badly? Hey, thank you for that, Pat. I already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't that strong. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. Closer to Chihira's complex. Kind of wondering what it might be. Wonders guys went out to the truthful section. Now I believe it's about time for us to move on. Huh? Already?
What?
New clues don't magically appear by standing around here. You need to check every aspect of this case. Thank you for the hydrate. I don't know why it's all running so slowly today, but you know, even that hand pat was weirdly slow. That's true, but
Let's go.
if you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. Avarice Dangan moment. Correct. So pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person this time. So this is our next location. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? A bunch of different portal-related items to shut down. Do the case. Right, let's check the gun. Oh, this gun was used to... No, impossible. If that were true, Chiro would be riddled with holes. What about the scanners? Remember right, this card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. Said that, then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
did you call for me?
You called for me? Has he been domesticated?
That's right.
It seems that Makoto has a question for you.
You need something?
Sure, what's up? Well, it's about this card reader.
Yep.
Yes, the card reader's all been assigned interface with each of your e-handbooks. You only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook. Now, it's impossible for two people in a row to go through while the door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there was some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl, the silly amount of Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter. And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct. So then, it means only girls can go to the girls' locker and only boys can go in the boys' locker room. In other words, Chihira's body being found in the girls' locker room means... Hey, Makoto, I can see right through you. See right through me? Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihira's found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So, in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such
Good
ignorance.
lord, you're simple. But am I wrong? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer's been right in front of you the entire time. Loaning a handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. Oh, I would expect nothing less than prodigal son of the noble Tagami family. So you managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations. Knowing you, I bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? Add a little more excitement to things. You treat me like a pure little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it? Good. Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but Well, if there is something for someone, then that means someone would have to loan it, so,
Why you?
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together. Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions. Figure out the rest of your damn self.
That's fine.
Well, I know you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculty, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. The main hall? I'll help you understand what's going on. We get dragged around a lot in this part. Came to the main hall. So what are we looking for here? Don't have to figure it out for myself. I know what the answer is. Let's look at this box. There's a mailbox here. Could there be something inside? It's an e-handbook? No, wait, there's 3 of them. What are they doing here? So you finally found them. Oh, do you know these were here, Byakuya? I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. Seems there's a system in place when the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka? You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. I merely turned on one of the handbooks, so when I did... Sayaka Mizuno. Right, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. I feel like I'm starting to get it. You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer's been in front of you the entire time. Loading your handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Either Chihiro or Sayaka's? Well, the 3 students that had already died, Leon is male, and both Junko Enoshima and Sayaka Mizuno are both girls, so they could have taken either of their handbooks and followed Chihiro into the girls' locker room and killed her in there, is what Byakuya is implying. Or Chihiro could have borrowed a boy's handbook and gone into the boys' locker room to do the training with one of the male students and been killed by a guy. So ultimately, instead of, like, Makoto was assuming it had to be a female that was the killer because she had died in the girls' locker room, it could have been either way around. Literally anyone could have done it, basically, is the point he's trying to make. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. And as Monokuma said, once they're dead, they're objects, so you can just borrow the dead person's handbook without it being counted as a loan, so it doesn't break the rules. No idea close to an answer as of yet. Pretty much. I see, yeah. Now I understand. Main holy books.
What?
Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook shows Junko's name when I started it up. The other one most turn on must be Leon's, right?
I see.
It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs. Pummeled with baseballs? Memory of it came flooding back. If you missed the previous episode, Leon was literally like tied to a post and then a baseball pitching machine modified to basically be like a machine gun shot him with baseballs until he died. That was his punishment for committing the first murder and us catching him doing it. Ironic executions. Baseball star killed by baseballs. A cruel punishment which led to Leon's death. Get used to it. This series loves doing ironic executions. Execution the mastermind concocted. Cruel, heartless death. Right, I wouldn't be surprised if the handbook to break during that kind of assault.
Damn it!
Hey, hey! Hey, 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 hey!
No!
Hey! What? That e-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily. But it did.
That's impossible!
If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. If I stand up to 10 tons of pressure, it's waterproof to 100 meters, okay? Okay, how many baseballs you hit it with, it wouldn't do crap. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point. It does?
I can't hear you!
But it's a secret. I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what his weakness was, right? Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
You might ask, how could that be? Leave the question hanging in the air. Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. Broken e-handbook is added to the truth section. Truth bullet section of your handbook. Okay then, it should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Huh? Not quite? I've heard enough of the series to tell some of my styles. Probably see about Monokuma or whatever system's running here. One time when I was in a random stream, someone cosplays Chihiro Fujisaki and saw the in-game Chihiro's death, and I replied with Chihiro was. He just had a roll off roll, so yeah, exactly. And Monokuma is basically a like a robot teddy bear. Who's also the school's headmaster. What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. I certainly want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. Then you really think? You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. He's also basically a murderous DM. Kind of? He's forcing everybody else to do the murders by giving them motives and making it an undeniable outcome that somebody will get killed, basically. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right?
What?
There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. What nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. We went through this already. They say he's killed thousands of people. That's gotta be an urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a demented psychotic killer like that? Also, there was a reaction moment just then. You're not wrong to wonder. Words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. So reveal Chihiro's killer. So the true identity, we think Genocide Jack, blah blah blah. Don't count the Genocide Jack's culprit in this case. I have a basis. I have a basis to believe that. I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of us. Is there really proof? Somewhere I'd like to take you is to provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Evidence? Something like that, really? Oh, hey, you two. Big trouble, we need your help.
I don't have time to play with
We're
you.
busy. Leave us alone.
But
it's an emergency! Emergency! Yeah, the reaction starts for branching dialogue, basically. Come on, please, you gotta help me!
please!
It's a serious emergency. Please, please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hino? But it's an emergency! An emergency? What happened?
Well...
Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since he's Toko, I must admit, I'm intrigued. Suppose we can take a sec to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, and then I won't repeat you for you. I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd just say no and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah!
Okay, come on, hurry! Wait for us, Hina.
Let's go.
Looks like she headed to the dorms. It's Toko's room, most likely. You're right. You guys are too slow. I think you're just too fast. So, what's this emergency?
So,
Well, after having the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After all, we came back to check on her, you know, see how she's doing, but when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out and kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff?
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. Occasionally the dialogue lines up the voice lines. Wait until we get to the class trial. They're fully voice acted. It's just all of the stuff in between because there's like branching events that you can have by hanging out with different people. They didn't do voice act dialogue for everything in between, basically. May as well give it a shot. Door swung open slowly and silently. Oh, holy crap! An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What? Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you, holding yourself up in your room.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Won't allow it.
Yeah, this is a critical cutscene, so it's voice acted.
Huh?
Won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Used to find 14 voice over the critical cutscenes. Oh yeah, pretty much, yeah. Just like that, she slammed the door in my face. But what was that? She didn't act like that the whole time when I rang just a little while ago. I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. Doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her there alone, so I tried to bust down her door. Felt like something was holding a shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Like I was scared enough to even bar her door. Do you think the same thing as Byakuya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Why Toko so scared?
But
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Is there anyone who might be able to persuade her? Hey Byakuya, she's in love with you, buddy. Get in there. Hey Byakuya, do you think you could ask her? Come out of her room, I mean.
That's fine.
Sure, whatever.
Huh?
Are you gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Well, I guess it can be nice when you're asked. Makoto, you're quite dense. Oh, yeah, Makoto's real dumb. Byakuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments.
what do you want?
Leave me alone. You're all so annoying. Ah, Bacula!
It's Byakuya.
I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. With that, the door slammed shut. Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Hold on. Hey, Byakuya, what was Toka talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Not one of her delusions, I'm sure. But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her. Of mystery of tragedy, no wonder Byakuya is so sure the killer is a close friend of his. They're not friends. That's the thing. And when he says it's one of her delusions, like a previous scene is you and Toko sneaking in to look at Byakuya reading in the library, and she makes you go over and talk to him, and Byakuya's like, can you fuck off and stop annoying me? And then Toko's there, and he turns to Toko and goes, you stink, go take a shower. And then you leave, and she's like, oh, Byakuya must really care for me. He told me to take care of myself and take a shower. Do you think he loves me? And you're like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, lady. That's the entire scene too, you know? Like, he doesn't like anybody, just to fill you in. So, is she Genocide Jack? Is she insane? Who knows? But it's, you know, she keeps saying she's not gonna let Genocide Jack take control, so... Oh, yeah, okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's
Go
go.
behind. You only missed the first 2 episodes of this, to be honest. We're only in chapter 2, as you can see up the top left there. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. Byakuya! I hurried to catch up. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked. He didn't even look back, let alone say anything. Hi, Catlock. Thank you for the cat ears. He's kept on walking towards his destination. This might be red herring. Keep your toe mine. That's some sound advice. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. The library? I hope stream is going well. Stream is going great. I'm playing Danganronpa. Didn't get the chance to play it yesterday, so we're working our way towards the second class trial. Come on, let's go in. I love this part. Is the evidence that proves was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
There you go, saying, don't make me repeat myself again. I remember on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? So, a point for anyone who missed it, the first time we came into the library, you looked at this room, and Byakuya basically said, there's just an archive in there, don't go in there, it's going to be just a whole bunch of files that you're not going to care about, you're not smart enough to understand. Hurry up and go inside. Oh, here?
Let's go.
It'll all make sense once you're inside. And he wasn't lying. Look, it's just an archive. Oh, there's so many books and files. So much dust, too.
So, in other words,
I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. If you pay attention to your surroundings, you're sure to discover the value for yourself. So let's start having a look. What do we got in here? Shelf is tight. Blah, blah. Let me try that again. This shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file. Huh?
that's right.
That's a report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Without making a sound, I returned the file to the shelf. Alright, so clearly we gotta find the right file. So many files stuffed under the shelf. What's in all these things?
That's enough.
Those documents are dangerous. Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. I mean, like, members of the Diet or something? No, I mean the ones with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There's some very interesting people in there. You're just kidding, right? Am I? I'll just let it go for now. A ton of thick files stacked onto the bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person would never want to look at. Be careful. Huh? What do you mean? All those files there are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents, for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Oh? Alright, what about some of these files on the floor then? How about this pile down here? This wooden box. It's empty. But judging by the smudges of dust, looks like there was something inside. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. Proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? Hey, look, a lamp. Huh? It's a desk lamp. Oh yeah, it's the same as one Byakuya was using in the library before.
What?
You have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. So you finally begin to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here. It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything doesn't fit in your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. It's not just that, it's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How can anyone have put all this together? I suppose it goes to show how much power Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? Still can't believe it. What about you? How are you able to believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible. Question for the greater setting is, how did the archive get access to all this? So, if you don't know the setting, this all takes place in a school called Hope's Peak Academy. They only let in the absolute best of the best. So if like we go into like the report cards here for each person, if we go to, so let's look at Byakuya, who we're talking to, right? Byakuya Togami. If you notice, his special ability is listed as the ultimate affluent progeny, which just means he was born rich, doesn't really mean anything. But if you look at some like the other people, like Yasuhiro's the ultimate clairvoyant, Sayaka, whose dad was the ultimate pop sensation. We don't know Kyoko's. We know Aoi's the ultimate swimming pro. So on and so forth. Like, only the best of the best get brought in. And it's one of the selling points of Hope's Peak Academy is that if you graduate from the school, you're set for life. No questions asked. That's it. Your life is on easy street, basically. And Makoto, the main character, got in because they were like, yes, this year we decided to have a lotto for every single student across all of Japan in high school, and your name got picked out, so you're joining us as the ultimate lucky student because you don't have any special skills. And Makoto's like, I'm completely fucking normal, what the shit? And he's like, but if I go, I get to be set for life, so how could you ever turn it down? And ended up here. So basically Byakuya's point there is, because this is all in Hope's Peak, is that Hope's Peak is so powerful and people get set up for life and everything like that, and people owe so much of their life and their successes to Hope's Peak Academy that Hope's Peak just gets access to all these classified pieces of information that they shouldn't know, so that, like, similar to like the real world equivalents to some of the secret societies and stuff at different schools, like one that people do know about is the Skull and Bones. They have all sorts of secrets and interesting pieces of information, stuff about different things that, you know, a lot of normal people wouldn't even know exist or have access to, because it's a way to keep themselves in power. That, or we've been locked up, the school's been completely sealed off and there's no way out, and we've assumed there's a mastermind in front of us in charge of everything that's keeping the students locked up and watching them kill each other and knowing who does all of the murders so they can run the class trials fairly, as they say, and everything like that. So the opposite of Byakuya's point, his other point is, was it Hope's Peak that had all of this, or the mastermind that's taken over? Because one of the things we did find on the second floor that we're on right now in the library was first unlocked, was a letter on a desk that was covered in dust that we speculated had been there for at least a year with how much dust was on it, saying, Hope's Peak Academy is no longer acting as a school, we're just waiting for government documentation to come through so we can shut down and stop being a school until we fix whatever the problems are that's making it so it's not safe for us to continue doing our job, basically. And that had been there for a year, and like we've only been in the school for like a week at this point. So they're like, that doesn't sound right. How could this have been there for a year if like we've only been here for a week, and the school definitely was still a school when we all showed up here? So there's a couple little other pieces of information to file away, because there's obviously a greater mystery going on between each of the individual chapter mysteries, which are the class trials. What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible.
What?
What do you mean, usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple. Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. You don't understand what they actually represent. You don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times. There is no doubt. There you go, the setting. It's working off info from games later down the line. I will tell you now, the games later down the line have very vague links to this one. So each one you kind of have to consider its own centralized universe sort of thing. Don't know what the setting's like, but this is the only game. Pretty much what I just said gives you enough information to work off, because that's about as much as we know of what the game's shown us so far. Hold on a second. You're saying you've read all these documents and more than all these documents and more than once? But all this be like top secret confidential stuff, right? So why?
Hmm.
My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So in other words...
I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. Hi Reezy, welcome in. Can we get a shout out for Reezy Axe? If you're not busy. Thank you for coming in, Reezy. For anyone who doesn't know who I am Avros Kayagath. I am a variety streamer VTuber, a former JRPG protagonist. I have been in the real world ever since the player finished the game that I am from. And I mainly play a lot of RPGs and FPSs and lots of other stuff. And tonight we're playing Danganronpa. And we're investigating who killed one of our classmates for the second class trial because we're in chapter 2. I have played through the game before, so if you say anything that's a spoiler, it won't spoil it for me, but there's plenty of people in the chat that haven't, so please no spoilers if you haven't played Danganronpa before. But hope you had a lovely evening, Reezy. I believe you're playing backpack battles. I think Axie got you into it, and now you're addicted like everybody. I hate TDM Axie for introducing you to backpack battles. I'm going to bed. Good night. Called it. Have a good sleep, buddy. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for bringing community in, and sleep well. And if anyone else needs to get a drink, take a break, go take care of yourselves, biological needs and stuff like that, feel free to do so. We love lurkers around here, so don't feel like you're obligated to hang around, and enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, whatever time it is for yourselves. And yes, he does have negative charisma. Quest. Oh, what an interesting situation we find ourselves in. To become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world, backwards and forwards. Whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim without a doubt, the materials gathered here are the real thing. It's beyond believing or not believing. The Akira is actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. And what always interests me most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports have always been a hobby of mine ever since I was little. That's fucked up. Just want to point that out. That's real fucked up when you're saying, oh yeah, it has graphic images and stuff there that most people aren't supposed to see. It's like, yeah, you've been reading those since you're little. No wonder you're such a fucking psycho. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. Among all those reports, one of my most recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Bloodlust is written in blood and the victim's body is suspended. It's exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro. Save you a surprise. The best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, when the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about that particular fact were members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victims. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. So how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So in other words...
Culprit isn't a copycat killer. It's the real Genocide Jack.
In other words...
That right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is such a brutal, fiendish killer really walking around among us?
Interesting.
Things are starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? I managed to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Byakuya, about the Genocide Jack case file. Let me see it.
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Byakuya handed me the file and flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly my hand stopped. I had reached the page where photos from the scene of each crime had all been collected. And there you go. Names of Genocide Jack's victims ran on for several pages. Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Issei, 14. Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Koyamatsu Taro, Takafumi Gono, Uchida Naohisa, Takashi Masamune, Yuto Yumijima. There was no end to it. One thing became perfectly clear as I read. All of the killer's countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust left in the victim's own blood. Now take a look at the next page. You'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page. I love how they reused this shot. Profiling results? All the crimes took place on either weekdays, at night, or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness never came forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder.
So, in other words,
The key point here is that the culprit may have a split personality. A split personality? The kind of thing you see on TV? So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. This one is way more unbelievable than anything else up till now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb. Well, at least now we know about Genocide Jack.
let's go.
Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we? Ah, wait, Byakuya! As usual, Byakuya turned left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that?
I don't have time to play with you.
Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he asked me to join him, it cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack, he's the one that killed Chihiro. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find it out, no matter what it takes. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go to investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room, check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. Alright, let's go finish the investigation, and then we'll move on to the class trial. But yeah, stay down who didn't realize Byakuya was a dick, that kind of him just being like, hey, I'm just gonna leave now, it's kind of like dead giveaway. Ding! Fumio has discovered the evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
Another stud increase for me. Evidence? What did you find? I can't reveal that just yet.
That's it.
But I
I'm
guarantee
sure
what
of
I
it.
found was steel that kills breath from his lungs. You sure about that? Oh yeah, Miss Ludenberg said she witnessed something worthwhile too. Really? What did she see?
Well, it would seem...
She refused to tell me. It's not gonna go if it's the voice she likes, right? Right. Case, where's Celeste now? The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there. What's it gonna be? Fucking Fumi. Anyway, since I haven't seen the boys' locker room yet, let's take a quick look. So there's a stain on the carpet here. That's weird. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Okay. This poster. It's a popular boy band called Tornado. They look like they're in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, right? Like they're from like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX or something. Somehow it doesn't kind of seem to fit in the boys' locker room. What, are you saying boys can't like boy bands, Makoto? Huh? Get out of here with that shit. Anyway. Alright, back in the girls' locker room. Let's see what else is going on in here. So, I think I'll look at the body. That's all the same conversation. We've seen the body before, we've seen that. Let me check the binds. Nope. We checked everything in here. Hang on, let's start soccer again. Jiro's presence here was especially weak. The body and his soul.
No forgiveness!
To target such a helpless being, it's unforgivable. What a wretched beast to do such a thing. I cannot forgive this. Alright. Mondo. That's the same text as before. Yep. Alright, Kyoko, you're always handy. Hey, Kyoko, many progress on your investigation?
Indeed.
Generally speaking.
However...
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation? What is it?
Well...
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But...
So then...
Before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time. Thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
Goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. Guess taking a look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing? It's definitely worth worrying about. Chihiro's handbook's added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Alright. I think there was another point where we had to examine the body, so let's examine the body. Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. She said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. I gotta give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. Rope was used to prop her up in a crucifix position. Huh? This rope has a plug? Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. The more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right, the silly issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. First, I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. Seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack case file, something not quite right. What does this all mean? So I see the body's out of truth bullet section in your handbook. So if anyone didn't read the text in the background for the Genocide Jack case files, it kind of like says that, you know, every murder scene had a pair of scissors on it, which you can probably see from the pictures as well. And that the scissors were all custom made. So this doesn't seem quite right, right? There's no scissors here. Well, the one thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. To figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, we'd have to look at the Genocide Jack case file one more time. Somewhere I need to check. What's on the carpet? My bloodlust sitting in the wall in blood. It's like all the other Genocide Jack cases. Every crime scene, the word bloodlust written in the victim's own blood. It's about the same poster. The blood is no noteworthy part, but Big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. Girls' locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this. Oh, wait, that reminds me, the poster in your locker room is... That's right, there's definitely something strange about this. The boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. Girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? If they were, why? What reason would anyone have... Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little more about the locker rooms. Alright, Sakura, you said you've been here multiple times. Spent a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes here and I use it together. Okay, then let me ask you something. You think the post in the boys and girls' locker room could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. I never paid any attention to the posters. I see.
However,
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. See, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. You have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room and it left a stain. A stain? I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
of course.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I could only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. Still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. There was a stain on the carpet in the boys' locker room now. Suspicious. Anything new, Mondo? No. Wasn't any for the head part. Alright. So now, we need to go to the storage room downstairs and talk to Celeste. It's also probably where they grabbed the power cable from. Also, hi, Taka.
Unfortunate.
Maybe we should have confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. Damn it! I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. I don't think that's what it was, buddy. I wouldn't beat yourself up about it. Don't think strength had anything to do with Genocide Jack, right? That's their lead culprit right now. Hi, Celeste. Celeste, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels, there's an endless supply to choose from. I see that. Have you found anything else related to the case?
Most unfortunate.
You were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. And you did find something. Very well. I will tell you, and only you.
Actually,
Last night I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. What? Really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but... I missed a lot of things what happened. We looked at the body again. We saw that there was cables that were tying Chihiro up. We talked to Sakura about the locker room, and she said she drank protein coffee and spilled some on the carpet and left a stain, but there wasn't a stain on the carpet in the girls' locker room anymore. This is after we noticed that the boys' locker room had a poster of a boy band and the girls' locker room had a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model, which made Makoto think they might have been switched, which is why he was talking to Sakura. But we noticed that in the boys' locker room, the carpet had the stain. Well, at the time, we saw there was a stain on the carpet. We just didn't know what it was. So it looks like someone switched the carpets between the locker rooms and possibly the poster as well. And then we come talk to Celeste, and she's like, oh yeah, Chihiro had a tracksuit and looked like she was going to exercise. It would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have ever happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. The strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying, which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. All kinds of stuff piled up everywhere. Don't see anything noteworthy. Is this the fridge side I mentioned? Don't see any noteworthy here. It's all food and stuff. Towels, jackets. Looks like they put together a good collection of school equipment. All kinds of different food stacked up. Don't see anything noteworthy. All kinds of stuff piled up everywhere. Yeah, I guess that's everything. There's going to be something to do with the extension cord there, but I really misremembered that. Let's see if there's a duffel bag or anything in here. Flush machine, nothing to do with the case. No, okay, then some coins, I guess. Okay. Remember, Dakota said he wanted to go back to the library one last time, so let's head to the library. I think that should be everything. I don't remember if there's any other clues left. I don't think there is. Desk lamp. Yeah, I could grab that thing from over here and put it over there. Sure, it's dark over there. Oh. I was thinking, wait, our desk lamp's got no cable left on it, so... One box empty, extension cord was in there before. Oh, right, hang on. Extension cord still out here, or is it gone? It's gone. Alright, there we go. That's what the extension cord was. Okay, more coins. Huh? The lamp won't turn on. I see it's not plugged in. Lamp cord is long enough to reach the outlet from here. Last time I saw it was definitely on. It was definitely right here. That's right, Byakuya was using the extension cord. There's no extension cord here now. I wonder if... There we go. That was the piece of evidence I was looking for. Still more I need to check. Yeah. Which I explained earlier. Last man's motive. That would be enough to get us out of here? Or... Oh yeah, the laptop's missing from that desk. There was a laptop on that desk. I'm finding lots of coins I didn't find last time, but we're not finding any new clues. Alright, we're gonna look at the subject case for one more time. I was around here somewhere. Huh? It's gone. Someone take it out of the archive? I could do something like that. I think everyone picked Byakuya. Okay. Are we done in the library? Yes, okay. Where's Hiro? Check those. Girls locker room. Warehouse. Okay, hero's in the main hall. And Hina is in the dining hall, so if we need to talk to somebody else, it'll be her.
Huh? Oh, hey,
Oh,
Makoto.
hey, Makoto. What's up? I've been attending to myself, that's the short. Definitely looked inside the mailbox. There's a mailbox here and inside. Don't go lean inside because a handbooks. The handbooks any dead students are brought here to the mailbox somehow. Rule says lending a handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Lending it is against the rules, there's no problem with borrowing one. Also looks like Leon's handbook refuses to turn on. According to Monokuma, it shouldn't be broken. This is really unrelated to the case. Either way, something about it still bothers me.
Huh?
Okay. That was completely unhelpful, but thanks, hero. The game already made us check the mailbox, so I don't know why we need to come and talk here. Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing? Same as before, she won't come out. Keeps mumbling and talking about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her? My head was all swimming, I was getting pretty hungry.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating?
Huh?
A donut, of course. Of course? Two things I'm sure God created. Outer space and donuts. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. It was only one big regret. Oh, I should try to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well,
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. She didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It's like, she's trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. Said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's true. It wasn't just us either. It's like she stayed away from all the girls. Was she just shy? I know, she talked to the boys all the time. It's kind of weird to be shy on your own sex and totally fine with the opposite sex. Oh wait, maybe. Maybe she's used to guys spoiling her. Law said you can't judge a book by its cover, right? Think so? Never saw her as that kind of girl. There we go. That's our last piece of evidence.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just
Plunge right in.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The class trial. You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
Oh, Monokuma. In a class trial, or it's about to begin. Red door is right through here. Alrighty. Round 2. So is everyone ready to... What? Am I blind? Probably missing someone.
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here. And Toko is... You really don't remember?
Come on.
Kidding. Just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? It's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie. I'll go ahead and drag her out here, kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. Just like you said a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you drag a girl around. Terrible. God, it's terrible. Oh, so now everyone's here, right? Okay then, I'll slam the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. That murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. Now let's find out what people know. You ready? You doing this? Okay, nothing interesting from Hero.
Well then.
I will uncover the villain who performed such a heinous act on a weaker individual. Alright, Sakura's prepared. Whoops.
Well.
What'd you go? Oh my god.
Then.
We try a different angle to clip on Kyoko then. There we go.
Shall we go?
Shall we begin? Taka? I don't know why the killer did what they did, but
Count on it.
I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails, right, bro? What do you gotta say, bro?
Hey, come on.
Fucking Toko, man. What's got her so worked up?
How very sad.
Miss Fujisaki, I must admit, being 3D, she was quite remarkable. Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe. Oh my god, Hifumi, shut the fuck up. Toko's having a good time. There's something odd about Toko's behavior. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it. You know? I guess there wasn't much help at all in this one. Yakyo. I gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. Alright. We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
True.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. One last deep breath. I walked toward the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. Couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with a heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. As he went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Until finally, it came to a sudden stop. What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with.
Very
Good. You're raring to go. I gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
well.
Okay then, let's get this show on the road.
Thrills!
Everyone,
chills,
please find your
kills!
assigned seats. So the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Alright, class trial time. I'll get some new skills in. So this one we got from Hero. Increases the time limit for each phase. Effective during the class trial. Costs 3 skill points, so we can make sure we get that one equipped without any trouble. And other than Melodious Voice we got from Sayaka, we have nothing else. So that's our skills done. Night Axie, hope you sleep well. I need to review all of the clues. We saw them all already, so let's get into it.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
First, you had no clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. So here's our truth bots. Case file, desk lamp, and the locker room dumbbell.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
Oh. Okay, I guess saying dumbbell to the blunt instrument wasn't a contradiction.
Head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe.
That's the one.
No, that's wrong. Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell.
How do you know that? This is the actual quasi-difficult part, yeah. I'm playing with the logic and puzzle difficulty for this set to mean, which is the hard difficulty, because I haven't played it on mean before.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Oh, she did.
Yay! That's so creepy!
No, it was necessary, I think.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
Yeah, it's Genocide Jack, right?
What? For real?
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
There it is. Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added to the non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? So non-stop debate was that bit with the text flying across the screen, and the contradictions have to be shown into the specific statements. This debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Your truth bullets will disappear if they hit any of these lines, so think of them as obstacles in your debate. As a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way, press the right mouse button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. However, if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer instead of just the white noise, the time limit will decrease, so take careful aim when you have your silencer out. Or, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. In which case, forget about the silencer and just focus on the situation in front of you. Well then, good luck and have fun! Here's our truth bullets this time. We've got case file, lamp, and the dumbbell again. I want to say Docker room.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
Hey, so
Oops,
speaking of
too slow.
Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is.
Oh, Hifumi, you're an idiot. Evidence says Genocide Jack's side of the case. It has to be. That's the case
The culprit
file.
is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
There we
No,
go.
it's wrong. I might know one reason he could be involved.
Oh yeah, what is it, Makoto? Let's go.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
There's still more minigames to come in the class trial quest, including my favorite, which is the very last one you get to play. Oh, second last one you get to play. Second last? Lost? It's either the second last or last one in every case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth, so let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Bloodlust.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
No, bloodlust, fucking degen.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
Only characteristic of a Genocide Jack case, which the doesn't know is how the victim was positioned.
Gun! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
That is exactly what he's saying, Splash.
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
Do you like how just like straightforward he is? Like no beating around the bush. He's just like, nope, this straight up accusation.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
You lie! What?
Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has like bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
That's a good question, Hina.
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle. Man, why is this gotta be
Hemophobia,
so
correct. Yeah, she's afraid of blood. Does seem like a riddle in a way, but I feel like I can just about see it. I said Jack is Toko, but isn't Toko. What does it mean? Oh, different minigame time. It's time for the Hangman's Gambit. Oh, what's the word gonna be? Oh, I think I know. S C H I Z. I don't know why they're calling it schizo, as in like schizophrenia.
Now I understand.
I think this is evident at the moment. Toko's like, I won't let him take control.
Because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Yeah, exactly. Split personality and schizophrenia are two different diagnoses for anyone who's like, wait, what the fuck? Just want to put that out there just to make the game answer for its sins there, because yeah. Dissociative identity disorder and schizophrenia are very different things.
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file too.
Oh yeah, this was originally on the like PSP in Japan. It's like the like original release is like 2010, 11, something like that.
They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
perfectly acceptable.
At least they didn't call it MPD or multiple personality disorder. You can tell it's more new than that, at least.
Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
I'm not sure if Toko could have a split personality. It has to do with behavior. Behavior changed.
You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
I'm fine, I'm fine. Wow, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead? Yeah. Got to hit her head real hard when she fainted. Blood is a front and a back, a top inning and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can handle blood, and one that obviously can.
Honestly, I'm playing old games for resisting to point out really bad stuff. I'm understand completely. I figure that when you can if you're streaming them, you just point them out and be like, you know, this is wrong. This is not okay. Here's the correct way of looking at it. Really bad and normal stuff. Yeah, I mean, within reason. If you don't want to turn the whole entire stream into a conversation about it and stuff like that, that's fair. Just, you know, just point it out and be like, this is incorrect, and like move on. But in this case, it's like, no, it's two different things. Let's just keep that in mind.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Basically convicting innocent for the crimes that I wrote this right. Keep watching.
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time.
Well, there it is. There's the missing piece of the puzzle that we didn't know.
And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
So it's really obvious, like you said, Quest, but
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise,
I'm sorry. I can keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control again.
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
how many times do I have to tell you? I never said that.
Yeah, she's a little delusional.
But you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it,
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
Yeah, Byakuya is a dick. I think I said this earlier, but you know. Let's just point it out again.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person? You don't mean...
It is fun to hate on Byakuya. Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom. But in the next second...
Well, hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see?
Oh, now the fun truly begins, folks.
What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
Good question, Mondo.
Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko, that's a loser name, and what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
Still calling her an innocent if both sides know about the other one in their quest.
She's so intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie.
They might be.
Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid? And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
Yep.
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
Yeah, she's insane.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed.
I love this. Ready?
Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack.
That is a big assumption there, buddy. Hey, HJ.
If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined.
Is still feeling too easy? Well, keep watching. Let's see what happens.
So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
For a mystery, that is. I mean, look. Why would we need all of this evidence if this was the answer, right?
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting.
Set the raid to the channel. It turns out you need to press the actually raid button. Because I think hard. It is a bit.
But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
Now the real question is, do we believe her or not?
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Girl, what that tongue do? She's a serial killer. That's what that tongue do, HJ.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
And I mean that. She's got dissociative identity disorder. And this half of her is the serial killer, so...
Yeah, I could never believe a word you say, you monster!
Maybe. Maybe she's totally right about that, but... something's still bothering me. Like she said, we need some more details about all of this. Exactly, HJ. Alright. Correct.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need? Give it up. You killed her.
I forgot which clue it was. I got the right one this time. Genocide Jack really the killer? I feel like something doesn't match up.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
No, it doesn't.
No, it's wrong.
It was a small problem.
Are the methods of murder really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that.
This is why I pointed out the scissors thing.
I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know?
No, he doesn't. He's stupid.
Well then, human garbage, let me tell you!
It's a little mean to Hero, but I'll allow it.
I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense.
I don't know, that kind of made sense.
There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
One clear difference. The victim's fatal injury.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different. In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way.
Stabbed to death with scissors and then hung with them.
According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors. But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method?
I think you might have missed that part, Quest, but I did point it out when we were looking at the case file that every single person was killed with scissors.
And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini,
Come on, Jill.
then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking? So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
Correct. It stabbed all with the same pair of scissors it was killed with. It was used to suspend the bodies.
Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
Same ones used to kill them. Like it literally says right there, the victim's cell with multiple stab wounds across his body believed to be inflicted with the same scissors that were later used to attach the victim to the wall.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement.
It even says the scissors are all custom made in the file as well.
Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Yeah, Makoto, you're an idiot. You missed the third difference.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Mm-hmm. I love this one.
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
Third difference is... Alright, you know what? Let's have a quick read through the case file. Suspected genocide Jack victims include Ken Harada, Tetsuhiro Honda, Shoji Gaku, among countless others. They were killed in the same way and mounted the wall. Profiling indicates the killer is likely a student. If you didn't work it out, we're about to get the reveal, but I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about it if anyone wants to take a quick stab. I actually spotted this in my first playthrough. I was like, hold up a second. The writing is bloodlust is 3 separate words. It's not that. That part's fine. It's something else. Something all the victims have in common. Something that Chihiro isn't.
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
Correct. They're all men. Chihiro is a woman.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see. There's a pattern surrounding the Genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it. Hey, I think I figured it out. No, she couldn't have killed Chihiro because Chihiro was a girl.
Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken Harada 32, Tetsuhiro Honda 17, Shoji Gaku 23, Kana Issei 14, Takeshi Yoshida 30, Komatsuna Taro, Takafumi Gono, Uchita Naohiro, Takashi Masamune, Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it.
They were all guys?
Yeah. Well spotted, Quest. Well done.
That's right! The people I killed with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men!
Yeah, she's scary.
I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with you?
Good question, Mondo.
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
Oh god, the way she said it. Oh, it gets worse.
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Correct. Well spotted. Fucking tough. Come on, buddy.
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
She's not wrong. About the cooking part, maybe.
Quiet, lolly car!
I love that Jill fires back at Byakuya.
Lowly, her.
Mm-hmm.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect.
And there's the point you've made before, Quest. It would make it way too fucking obvious. Like, it's way too easy.
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors!
Custom made or nothing. Oh, this is weirdly accurate-ish. Yeah.
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Serial killers do have their own rituals and everything. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, this part's great. You ready?
She's fully equipped.
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong! You can't, can you, gutter dogs, all of you! Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot! So rope's totally out of the question anyway!
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
No. Taka, don't get it wrong. She's not innocent, full stop. She's innocent, possibly, of this crime. She's still a villain.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
And she's definitely not a copycat, or else why would she have the scissors? Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases. I wonder.
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it?
Who was the only other person in the school who would have had access to the files, had already read them before, and knew how Genocide Jack worked?
You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records.
It was too easy, wasn't it?
Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
I mean, I'm not saying he did it. Oh yeah, Byakuya did a terrible job of being a copycat.
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
Seriously, someone who claims to have read it front and back, he did a terrible hack job.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
Well, let's find out what he has to say for himself.
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Bankai? Yeah, wrong Byakuya.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
It was. He said to check the female locker room first. And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
But also, Byakuya, we didn't know who the victim was then.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
It's a clear contradiction of what Byakuya just said. Can you make it clear to everyone? It's extremely suspicious behavior from Byakuya from the first. Oh, it is. Your element has been added to non-stop debates. You'd like to hear more? Absolutely. Next, we're going to add something called a truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the left mouse button, then you'll memorize that weak spot. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it would disappear from your truth cylinder. However, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. So, not only did we get all that evidence earlier, but now stuff people say that is true can be used to point out a lie later in the same section and use that as a bullet. So, hey, the complexity just went way up. When's the best time to flashback? Well, you just have to use your own keen wits, won't you? In this case, though, I'll say if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Well then, good luck and have fun. So these are all useless. Monokuma file number 2, not useful.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird...
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
Not really.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl.
That's the problem. That was before we found the body, dude.
I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was.
He's definitely not doing a good job of defending himself, is he?
So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. We got him cornered, but he's acting like this still has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it.
Thanks, Kyoko.
We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
The differences between this case and the other Genocide Jack murders. Evidence proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden in there? What could it be? Alright. So we got the library desk lamp, Celeste account, and the stain.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again?
No.
When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right!
It was not.
It absolutely was!
Nope.
then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Yes, you had. Wasn't rope at all, buddy.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
It is extension cord.
What? An extension cord?
Uh-huh.
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's doing it again. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
Still too easy? Correct.
I know, but still.
Makoto's concerned about something, right?
There's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you?
This is the part where I finally figured out what was going on the first time I played through this. So there's enough evidence up till now that you should be able to work out which thing doesn't make sense.
I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Anyone figured it out? Wait. How'd you even get in there? Well, he could have stolen one of the e-handbooks, right? From the mailbox. I mean, Sayaka and Junko's were still in there and still working. So he could have taken one of their handbooks and got in. What was that just now? Something's not right. Valkyr's remarks just now. There's something in there that concerns me. Well, let me tell y'all.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
Because let's look at this, right? This is the point that I was kind of like referring to on some of the evidence earlier. If the murder was in the girls' locker room, why would the friggin' carpets and the posters and stuff be switched around? Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. If that's where she was murdered, why would anything need to be swapped?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
Shut up, Byakuya.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that.
That's where she was found.
How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the murder scene?
Correct.
That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? The story suddenly moved to the crime scene. Byakuya, who's been confident up till now. Byakuya never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Hey, don't just move on without permission. What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Oh, we're gonna get to that, Taka, don't you worry.
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
The evidence shows the murder took place somewhere else. And you just focus on the things that got switched.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Your proof is some posters?
Why Byakuya so eager to die for a murder that wasn't even his? Well, we still don't know it wasn't him. This could be him deflecting because we're getting close to actually proving the point.
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Oh, Jill.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado.
It looks like they're from a Yu-Gi-Oh season. Wow, gender stereotypes. I mean, look. I blame Monokuma, not the characters in the game, right? He's the one who set up the school this way.
Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
As I said when Makoto first spotted it, I was like, hey, boys can like boys bands. There's nothing wrong with that.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
That's the thing. Maybe they were switched.
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Correct.
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away.
Protein coffee? Yeah, she's literally mixing protein powder in with coffee and drinking it after she exercises. Which, I mean, if you think about it, if you go to the gym in the morning and you go and get some exercise, you need protein for muscle growth. And it's like early in the morning. Why not mix a bit of protein powder in with your coffee, and then you get to, you know, get your protein and a wake up after your exercise, you know? Get you started into the day. It's not completely stupid. It's just weird. Because most people be like, what the fuck's protein coffee? And then she explains it, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too?
And this is where the posters are like an initial sign point, but the carpets, it's like, oh yeah, well, they're definitely switched. It's not just like a gender stereotyping thing with the posters, it's that they were definitely switched because one of them has blood on them.
But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
What? In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the bloodstained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
And yet Byakuya still knew to check the girls' locker room first, which means he knew something about it.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
That's the interesting question, Celeste.
Why would they go to all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place?
See, now here's the time to ask that question you said before, Crest, about how did Byakuya get in the girls' locker room? Now we have to wonder, how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room if that's where she was murdered?
To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device.
And the one that was broken was Leon's.
But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
Thanks, Rao. Have a good luck, buddy.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow? There's our truth bullets, locker room carpet, the handbooks, and the posters.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook!
No.
She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
Bark not the wrong tea,
I don't
Parker.
think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No.
No, that's wrong.
7 minutes is pretty generous, but that's just me.
No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
So the 7 minutes is because when you do like the hangout events between the chunks of story, where you get to hang out with the different people in the school, some of them unlock skills that only apply to the class trial. One of them is a skill called Lost in Thought, which is from Yasuhiro. So the guy that was just like, she used the handbook from the main hall. That guy, who's the ultimate clairvoyant, and Lost in Thought gives you more time. It's usually like 5 minutes, I think, on normal difficulty and like 4 minutes on the main difficulty for it. And I went and grabbed that skill just so I had the 7 minutes so that if I need to like talk over stuff while I'm streaming, it's just giving myself more time. I could do it plenty fast, as you can tell, but just give myself the leeway in case I need it.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh, nice, that's fair. Yeah, and the other skill I've got is Sayaka, who was the first murder victim. The game like makes you hang out with her to start off with, and her skill that she gives you early on is Melodious Voice, which gives you additional time back from shooting the white noise, if I remember correctly. It's something to do with shooting stuff, so anyway. Just handy skills to have.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
It would be pretty impossible.
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
I mean, if there's evidence, then why would you continue arguing, Sakura? Come on.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
No, it's against lending someone else your handbook, but against borrowing. We established this as Monokuma.
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
But how did he know that before Monokuma told us? That's like the interesting part, right?
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
I doubt it.
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
But if the crime scene got switched, why would they, switch the carpet if it was already the one that was in the girl's locker room when she got murdered? And it should have both stains on it, not just the blood stain or the coffee stain. It makes no sense. Is that it then? Your hero was killed in the girl's locker room and Byakuya's the one who did it? Really? Still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second.
Oh man. Kyoko's my ride or die for this game, I swear.
I agree with you though. I think you're on the right track.
Every time when Makoto's like, last two cases at least. Yeah, so if we have a look, right, at the truth bullets, we've got the two carpets. The one that we found in the boys' locker room has the coffee stain on it, and then the one in the girls' locker room has the blood stain on it. Yeah, so there's the disappearing stain. So the one underneath Chihiro in the girls' locker room has the stain on it, and the boys' locker room one has the blood stain on it, sorry, and the one in the boys' locker room has the coffee stain on it. So if she was murdered in the girls' locker room, she would have been murdered on the coffee stained carpet, so it should have both stains on it, but each one has one stain. So clearly something was swapped, including the posters, because the female poster, one of the big breasted supermodels, the one with the blood stain on it, which makes no sense because that wouldn't have been in the girls' locker room to get the blood stain on it from the being hit with the dumbbell, right? None of this makes sense if it was just Byakuya in the girls' locker room.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So,
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What? What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
I love that Monokuma's like, hang on, we can't leave.
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Huh? For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Kyoko hijacks the DM, pretty much.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
Any guesses what it is Kyoko wants to show us? So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. Where she took us was a Giga Chad dick. Well, you know what?
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
Now would be a good time to remind everybody that she's the one who inspected the body and worked out that the dumbbell was consistent with the trauma wound on Chihiro's head.
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
No way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
I can't say this because it's taking one of the biggest spoilers in this game.
It's
I mean...
not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just... based on religious grounds, you know?
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about?
Fucking Jill.
That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but...
This answers so much the entire mood and then some. Oh, well, don't worry. It's going to be all revealed to everybody in a second.
What? This is... What is this...
Koko's particular wording is the only hint. It really is.
What is it? Not possible. It's not possible.
No, it's completely possible, Sakura. Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
what?
Is a boy.
There it is. Explains how she got into the guy's locker room, right?
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
I mean, fun fact, or not so fun fact, depends on how you look at it. In the Japanese original version of the game, Chihiro uses like all female pronouns, just as she does in the English version, but actually uses, you know, like not like Boku or Ore to refer to herself. It's all like Watashi and, you know, the more feminine pronouns, I guess the easiest way to translate it, sort of thing. So was she a crossdresser or transgender? It's hard to say because, you know, the game never particularly goes into it, but either way. And And you could see this is Monokuma just being really fucking a huge dick by being like, nope, you get a boys fucking handbook, you gotta go to the boys locker room despite identifying as female. Again, game's very old, so that may not be the case, may have just been cross-dressing, but it's hard to say.
What? You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
No, she would not.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
It also explains why she kept avoiding all the girls and didn't go into the locker room and stuff with them. Someone could be trans and not cross-dressing. Also true, someone could be trans and not cross-dressing.
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Then he was a cross-dresser? Oh, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting.
So when HJ guessed that Kyoko wanted to show everyone her Giga Chad dick, they were not completely wrong.
Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial. Ahem. I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the
Calculated,
class
obviously.
trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
I think Chihiro was actually a guy. That never even crossed my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Byakuya being like, hey, she could have been trans, he could have been trans, however you want to look at it.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
I haven't played this game in a while. I guess they do just go full in on the cross-dresser angle.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion.
Can I ask a question? Is the game answered that one for you? Yeah.
The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room.
But why?
And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
Exactly.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd.
2010-ish game for Japanese dev, wouldn't expect much handling of trans, yeah.
I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
See, the major problem with continuing with the Byakuya as the killer theory is that he was very defensive about the body being moved between the two different locker rooms. And when it was finally proved that, you know, like Jiro was a boy and that's why he could have been killed in the men's locker room and then moved to the female locker room, he's like, huh, that's interesting. I didn't know that sort of thing. It's like, why would the killer act like that? Why would the killer act like not defensive at all about everything else and then all of a sudden act defensive about one tiny aspect of the murder?
Ah, he's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
No.
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it.
And that's the point we can make, is we know he's probably the one that changed the circumstances. We don't know if he's the killer for sure.
But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
There it is.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
Yeah, that's not something a killer would do.
The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Mm-hmm.
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it.
Yeah, he made it too obvious.
And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy, if you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
Correct.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
God, he's so fucking arrogant.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit.
Okay, so we've eliminated 2. We know it wasn't Toko or Genocide Jill, however you want to look at it, and we know it's not Byakuya.
I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
Nope. And he didn't even know it was in the boys' locker room either. He only found it in the girls' locker room after the fact.
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
Why would he make it look like Genocide Jack was the killer? To out Genocide Jack so that they had to reveal themselves.
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
Correct.
We're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
So here's the fun facts to point out at this point, right? We know that out of the handbooks that were in the mailbox in the main hall, there was 3 of them and 1 was broken. The other 2 we could turn on, which was Sayaka and Junko's. The one that wouldn't turn on is Leon's. So with nobody else dead at the time Chihiro was alive before he was murdered, he was able to use his handbook to get into the men's locker room, meaning that while we've only eliminated Toko and Byakuya from being the murderer, right? If you knew Genocide Jack was in there, actually knew them front to back, then be smart to force him to be revealed. Exactly. Also, hi, Zerdal. But yes, if the murder took place in the guy's locker room and the only other guy's handbook was broken, so none of the girls could have used it to get into the men's locker room, we know for a fact that the murderer cannot be any of the remaining women. So it can't be Celeste, it can't be Hina, and it can't be Sakura or Kyoko, meaning that if it's not Byakuya and it's not Makoto, the remaining suspects are Yasuhiro, who we're talking to right now, Taka, Mondo, and Hifumi. So we're getting down to a narrower number of suspects here. So keep that in mind while I drink some water and we'll press on.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
No, he doesn't.
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Kinda.
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
Weird way of putting it, but not inaccurate. But if Byakuya didn't do it, who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? One thing we can be sure we know about the killer. The killer was a dude, like I just said. Since the crime scene was in the boys' locker room, you need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leah's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. That's still not enough. I need to find some more clues. It is,
Isn't
yeah.
there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over.
Calm down,
You
hero.
want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
Wrong.
No, it's wrong. I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Yeah, the game does their mysteries now. It's funny you say that. This is the second case of the first game of 3. One of the games isn't like this, which is Ultra Despair Girls, which I'll also be playing at some point going through the series. Because this isn't always how it goes. Let's just leave it at that.
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this.
If you stick around, quest to catch the other ones. Even if you catch them on VOD, so are going up on YouTube as well. You'll see what I mean. It's worth it. It's this series is really good.
The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
We've done all the pieces we need as we go into the trial. Yeah, pretty much. It's just how we get there to the end point is a bit different each time.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a double bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
Kind of working backwards, eliminating possibilities. Exactly, right? If we know something's impossible, then we can take it off the table and narrow it down to who actually was the killer.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
Pretty much.
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Because he couldn't get into the girls' locker room, Sakura. Come on.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Kind of obvious.
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
Oh, what a marvelous friendship! The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No, you already have what you need to make the connection.
Do we?
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Alright. Anyone got it figured out? Because apparently we should know by now.
Seriously? Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
That's the more important part.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say. But fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Track jacket and duffel bag is supposed to mean something. Maybe, maybe not.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from.
That's fair, Quest.
Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow it's really hard to believe. I love this one. This one's actually pretty tricky if you're not paying attention.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Damn it.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Because exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No
Oh,
way.
it did.
Not a chance.
It did. Hang on, let me just double check. Yeah. Yeah, it is less count call.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
Oh, I heard him all right. Oh, there's definitely something off about what someone just said.
We know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the
No, there's lots of
specific
different tracksuits in the
that he
warehouse.
did?
They're not all blue.
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
Someone is lying.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit.
No, that's wrong.
This one's really hard.
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
So if you missed it, in Celeste's entire description of what she saw, she said she saw Chihiro coming out of the warehouse with a duffel bag and exercise clothing, a jacket. She never once mentioned the color of the jacket, something that Kyoko noticed, and was like, well, let's just talk about the jacket some more, because she was hoping that someone would trip up and mention this.
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said,
I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. Nothing in there about the color at all, is there? And then I assume he headed off to exercise.
she never said anything about the jacket's color.
I never said it was poison type of trap. Exactly. She's pretty smart.
So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you? You just...
Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
When Celeste told us initially when we met her in the warehouse, she said that she saw a bit of blue exercise equipment sticking out of the bag. Like, you can actually even see it in the truth bullet from when we first picked it up from Celeste, which is what I was double checking before. But if you have a look, it seems she was stuffing some blue exercise clothes into a duffel bag. But when she said it in the class trial, she never mentioned the color. Yeah, like, this is the game's difficulty on mean. That's the sort of things you have to pick up on.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really need to pay attention.
The only one I told about any of this was you.
And I didn't tell Mondo. Yeah, it's real tricky.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because I just... I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
We already said it was gone.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
I love the music in this game as well.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died. That's the only possibility.
Is that something that's part of the loop, or you actually have to take note of that? The information that was in the trial? Yeah, kinda.
Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night.
No.
He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into a bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. You actually have to remember what other people actually know. Yeah, it's like that one's pretty obvious because you don't have to remember it for longer than like a single like chunk of evidence, but you do kind of have to keep track of what everyone's been saying so you can kind of get an idea of who knows what. But Celeste made a very big point when you came and talked to her in the warehouse that she didn't tell anybody else's information, and we only knew to go and talk to her because Hifumi said Celeste knows something, and we said what is it, and Hifumi said she refused to tell me. So we know that she didn't tell anyone else for sure, otherwise she would have told Hifumi in the first place. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
Yeah.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did.
Yeah, Byakuya caught it after the fact.
Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Hey, it worked, didn't it? Better than your plan.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
Yeah, Kyoko's really good at this.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
It was the way he talked. Another one that you could pick up on, and I have spotted it, having played the game, this game's equivalent of Mia, kinda. We don't know what her ultimate skill is yet. Like, we know she's the ultimate of something, but she wouldn't tell us what it is. When she tells us what it is, it'll make a ton more sense why she's so smart. But yeah, the way Mondo was talking, which is the interesting part that you could pick up on, I picked up on it as soon as I saw it. Had to not react to it, like go, oh, I'd never noticed that the first time through. Is when we were talking to everybody in the room where Chihiro was murdered right after we started the investigation and Byakuya was still with us. We could talk to either Sakura or Mondo, and Kyoko was also in the room. And when we talked to Mondo and he started talking about Chihiro's like complex about being too weak, he constantly referred to Chihiro as dude. which I mean is in a lot of cases considered a gender neutral term that people use. But Mondo's very specific about calling people the right gender. So him calling Chihiro dude is like, you knew he was a guy, and that's what made Kyoko suspicious.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
Did you notice such a tiny detail?
I spotted it this time around.
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
Character analysis to solve mysteries. Oh yeah, it's really cool.
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Yeah, Mondo.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah! He would never do something like that! This is a false accusation!
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Yeah, the blue tracksuit thing's more solid though.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come.
Remember how Hifumi said he had an important piece of evidence that he revealed in the trial he wasn't telling anyone about?
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Actually, no. Now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
Setting as a whole doesn't make sense. Character moments like here are pretty good. We will come back to that. Remember that for when we get through the entire series, and a whole bunch of things will make more sense. But yeah, the setting's a bit loose to make sure that the game can do what it needs to do. Let's just put it that way for the first one.
If you really insist, then... here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
Down on the ground, right? Then it must belong to...
I got it!
Has to be Chihiro's.
We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
Really isn't the writer's strong suit. It gets better.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
Yeah, Monokuma said there was one thing that would break them, but he wouldn't tell us what it was.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Ultimate programmer, not ultimate hacker for Chihiro, but the point's still valid.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
How the handbook break? There's only one possible explanation. By hitting its weak point.
You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Oh, he did.
Yeah! You remember that?
Yeah.
Sure, maybe I let that slip. But I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession, then
we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness.
Exactly.
You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh? You're asking me?
It's relevant to the trial.
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
And he wants these to be fair. That's one thing he did say in the first trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Make it a rule that we can't do it.
Just tell us already. Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
He just keeps making up rules, but he doesn't make a rule for this one.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
And who went into the sauna dressed in all of their clothes, which means they would have had their handbook on them?
I flippin' knew it!
Mondo.
You knew it? Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh?
It's because of the steam.
It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin.
Correct.
If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Wow, interesting. I learned one new fact today.
Good job, Taco.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
That is actually how a sauna works, yeah.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna...
It's also why, like, sometimes they'll pour water on the stones and stuff like that to create steam, because then you've got more water vapor in the air to prevent the hot air from being as scalding on skin, as far as I understand it.
Then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
Like Mondo, who went into the sauna fully dressed in a battle against Taka the other night.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
Yup.
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke?
And it's the broken one in the main hall, and they took Leon's as a replacement.
They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why.
Stuff stealing your brain cell? Yeah, pretty much.
And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
And if they also disposed of Chihiro's handbook, we couldn't just check it to see that Chihiro was a boy, and when he ended up dead in the girls' locker room...
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that?
Mondo.
I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa! Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Yeah, you've worked it out too, Taka. Who might have brought their handbook into the sauna? Really, it could have only been one person. It was... Mondo Owada.
Here's my answer! Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
It did.
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on.
Yep.
But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I
Yeah.
don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
Why is Taka defending? Because when Taka and Mondo had their contest in the sauna, they came out of it as like best bros because they were like, we're gonna stay here until, you know, the edge of hell, and whoever's the first one to pass out loses. And then they both stayed in there. And this is after like Taka was calling Mondo a coward all the time, and they like had a test of endurance basically, and both of them probably decided to like leave at the same time, and they've been acting like best bros ever since. So Taka just can't believe that someone who would, you know, be so loyal and everything to him after that would be a killer, is basically it. So it's pretty sad. That's something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Oops. I mean, I don't want to believe Mondo might have actually killed someone. That's on the proofs beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then
The work's just
Mondo,
fine.
you broke your own handbook.
In other
I think it
words,
is.
if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all!
Nope, damn it.
Shoot!
Okay.
Let's...
It's gonna be the broken handbook, isn't it? Well, like Leon's handbook would broken, yeah, so.
If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves
Yeah, it's
that
not
what
Leon's,
Makoto
it's
said is
Mondo's,
right.
and Mondo's got
Well,
Leon's
my
one.
goddamn handbook works just fine.
No, that's wrong. Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fun part is whenever you turn the handbook on, it actually shows the name of who it belongs to as it turns on, so...
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
Correct.
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
And he needs a working handbook to get to the boys' locker room, exactly. So he had to take Leon's, he can't take any of the other ones.
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just
The
makes
borrowing
things
loophole
more
returns,
interesting.
correct.
As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch! What's wrong, bro? Come on! Tell him he's wrong! You are wrong! You have to be wrong!
No, Taco. Sorry, buddy.
Everything you just said is wrong! You made it all up!
No.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning?
Yay!
That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
It's time for the best minigame. Closing argument. Now we get to make a manga. So switch here on the way house with the duffel bag. Do you have one with Celeste in it? No, so it'll be that one. And then left. Something everyone else need to get to the locker room, so it'll be the handbook. Which locker room should I go into? The boys' locker room. Oh wait, that one. That makes more sense than just the handbook. And that's Mondo. They went to work out. What the killer used was the... That's from the first trial. Dumbbell. This is one without blood on it. That one without blood on it. And then... Oh, it took place blood splattered onto something, didn't it? The poster. Blood splattered poster. Dead. This guy's truth kill switch on the carpet as well as something else. Took down a poster. Which locker room the killer moved to? The girls' locker room. Stream's actually making good case. 17 is the game's strong points. I love these games. Seriously, they're some of like my favorite game series. I've tapped in. Killer took something from the other locker room, switched to the scene of the crime. Carpet, I believe. Is there another carpet here? Might be the poster. It has to be. Yep. All SWAT. Byakuya came in, found the corpse. What was it Byakuya brought to the murder scene? And you can tell that's actually Byakuya holding it because you see the green on the image as well. Tied it up. Byakuya arrived to see what it used to disguise what had happened. Wrote the blood lost on the wall, so I was taking the blood. And then killer go after they were done. They went through the bathroom to the sauna and through the sauna in. And that gives us the last one, which is it landing on the floor. And
The killer is you! First, let's take a look back to before the incident. Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there, and the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned.
Chihiro is adorable. It's a shame that they're one of the characters that gets murdered.
Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course. But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem.
Whereas a girl can get into the boys' locker room without Leon's handbook, which was gone, so...
And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no.
Come on, Byakuya.
Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter.
Given the intent of the Academy, this actually makes a weird point. Well, the Academy wanted people to succeed, and then Monokuma's taken it over and turned it into a weird death game where the only way anyone can leave is to murder somebody and then get away without being accused at the class trial. And then if they succeed, everyone else dies and they get to leave the school and go back to their life. So, you know.
And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna.
Best bet without proper support, now we can cover their weaknesses, become mired in themselves. Kinda.
There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Arata?
Got him.
Wait! No! This can't be right! Where's your evidence? Yeah! Where's your evidence? You need evidence! You need proof! Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him!
Evidence of Mondo's killer that already revealed itself earlier in the trial. All I have to do is check one item of his and everything will become clear. I love this because this is like literally how the first trial ends, where it's like they broke into, because Sayaka and Makoto, so Sayaka's the first murder victim, and Makoto switched dorm rooms because Sayaka was worried someone was going to like do something to her because they knocked on her door and like when she went to answer there was no one there. So she switched rooms and then lured Leon in to try and kill him and frame Makoto for it, which comes out in the class trial and everything. But Makoto's toilet door, or the door to his bathroom, is the only one in the entire school that doesn't work properly. It gets jammed in the door frame. So it's not got a lock on it. All of the girls' bathroom doors do, but his didn't. And so when Sayaka ran into the bathroom to get away from Leon, he tried to get through the door and couldn't, assumed it was locked because he thought it was Sayaka's room, and went to his room, and all the boys got like a toolkit in their room and came back with the screwdriver and unscrewed the door handle to get in and kill her. And basically they were like, okay, nobody else out of the guys has opened up their toolkit yet. Show us your toolkit that's still completely sealed, and that'll be your proof that you didn't, you know, like unscrew the door, and we'll have to find somebody else that could be the killer. And he was like, I can't do that because mine's definitely opened. It was like, aha, we got you, you're the killer. Same thing here. It's like, all right, Mondo, get out your handbook and turn it on. Show us that it says your name, and that would clear you. The element is added to the bullet time battles. The last mini game that we have to do. It's not good about fever time and nega time. During a bullet time battle, if you press the space key, fever time will activate. Tempo will be forced to its max. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. You can push right mouse, left mouse, right mouse, left mouse, however you want to destroy the opponent's verbal assault. So your last, so your focus gauge runs out. Make use of the best possible use of your time. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if you only got to access special time, right? Let's prepare something called nega time your opponent can use. If your opponent activates nega time during the bullet time battle, the tempo marker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. You could activate fever time at this point. No, never mind. I'm sure nothing would happen. I don't know what I was worried about. Surprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to gentle, the opponent won't use nega time. Oh, then good luck and have fun. This is the last mini game of the trial. My favorite one's the manga that we just did, but this one's just a rhythm game, so.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. You're corrupt. I refuse to vote. I refute you. False. You're corrupt. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
I lost the timing for a bit there, but we got there.
Thinking so far is right. Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that,
We don't gotta do that.
I will give Mondo props. He just goes, no, you got me.
Huh?
Because like the first bullet time battle at the end of the first trial is against Leon because he's the one that says you're completely wrong and calls you stupid the whole time. This one's against Taka, who refuses to believe that Mondo's the killer, whereas Mondo's like already realized you've got him beat.
Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
That's into the second class trial. Did I get A's the whole way through? Good stuff. 117 coins? Nice. Alright.
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up.
Yeah. Welcome to Danganronpa. Like, we made it through the class trial. We worked out who the killer is so that everybody else doesn't have to die. And it still feels kind of shit.
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with.
It's on purpose, though. It'll all make sense eventually.
Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
The music definitely goes a long way into, like, driving the point home at different points in this game. Like, this track, playing when you finish the class trial, really rams home that this doesn't feel good. Like, it's necessary, but it's not good.
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank. Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Well, Yeah.
What?
Uh-oh, looks like this time you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was Mondo Owada.
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful.
What?
I refuse to believe it. There's no way he would kill someone.
Sorry. What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? Why? Well, why? Why did you do it?
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence. Allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually...
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the control key to fast forward the text. Anyway, there was once a young boy. Use your ride or die, just go with him. For fuck's sake, he's getting irritated now. Reserve your judgment for now, HJ. That's all I'll say. And his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and couldn't overcome his weaknesses. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness. Take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out. Now nobody will be able to say anything, even though you're a boy. No matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him. It was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear, instead it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak.
Weak, 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 weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, it's why the survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. Then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. I love that he calls himself hateful. Which, of course, included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. That was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But...
I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay, I'll get better. And with that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so... that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it'd be good to ask for someone's help. He wanted to tell the person his secret first, then ask them to help him from there. The person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. Yup, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret.
Uh-huh.
Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. I shouldn't say Chihiro Fujisaka, I should say Monokuma. That was his aspiration. He thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did to give the promise that he'd made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? I mean, that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room to the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. To cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think that was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how does maybe his buddy keep his secret?
Because
if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook, see? The Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he also killed? Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you? Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. Possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something you didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. The only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother was named Daya Owada. But Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had to put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, they'd grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was just peaches and gravy. When Mondo started to think about how he'd have to take over the gang for his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. Kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. So like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers from the other members of the gang. Which is why... I gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Monokuma, you absolute dick. Oh yeah, he is. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top. On the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... Yeah. Laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey kid, the rest is up to you, no matter what. Gotta keep the gang together. Because it's the team you and me put together. It's a promise between men. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang. In order to keep the gang together, keep the promise to his brother. He would never admit to anyone it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was going to lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I
am strong. The exact opposite of Chihiro. And yet, as soon as that killing game began, he realized no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the lovely and the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I'd have no problem setting light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why. That's why I... Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with kind of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I'd never felt anything like it before.
I
didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. That was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
Huh? Because, I mean, you kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But...
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie about living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong. It can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am,
What?
I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness and to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I'd never had. And so I say it doesn't feel like a victory. Oh, it's not. So I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why do you have to tell me all that? You're trying to rub failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
No, I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right, I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Yeah. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand. I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey.
I killed him. I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Yeah, this is some deep-seated trauma he's suffering for sure. Bondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in his heart, like his, and turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. You're a bitch, Monokuma, seriously. Look at him, you see? You're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory. For that, he killed no living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free from his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? Because I sure don't. You bastard. Just shut up, you son of a bitch. Go ahead and say that again, I dare you.
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but... Unfortunately, I can't do that right now because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now, well now, well now, well now.
That's what I promised you, right? Like who deserves a piece will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
Yeah, he's prepared a special punishment for Mondo Order, the ultimate biker gang leader. No, wait.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I said wait.
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Game over. Mondo has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Remember what I said about ironic executions? The Cage of Death. Yeah, this is a real stunt that people do in real life. But, not like this. It's actually a real stunt some motorcyclists actually really do, where they ride around in a cage like that. He's been going around in the balls enough. I don't understand the butter part. That's like kind of gross. Like extra gross. Laugh at death and your soul for me forever be at peace. It can't be. My brother. Another murder. Another execution. I want to feel again. Man's lives are just taken so lightly here. Like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. Tarka's sad screams invaded our skulls. but Reach forced to realize once again that he, of course he had to. What a disappointment. Is this the end of the game? Byakuya?
What is this?
I'm completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this game is life or death.
Hey,
I have everything to say to you. I don't have a response except that.
however,
I just don't understand why. Why'd you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule too? That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late. I decided to return to my room just when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. What? You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. I didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
You were saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning? So just back to Byakuya, I remember pointing out the best coming to themselves without people to support them. Look, his ultimate power is the ultimate affluent progeny. Like, he comes from a rich family that, like, I'm sure he's not joking when he says there are shadow councils and stuff like that. So, pretty sure he was just like this to begin with.
That's right.
So it makes sense why there would be people actually who are the best who would do this for fun. Yeah, indeed. If I'd been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that. Create the fake murder scene?
What?
Damn, man, if you hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you'd have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before I reached that point. Of course. Byakuya turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did. I was able to perform an interesting experiment. Once I do decide to become blackened, I know now who I'll have to watch out for.
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next?
You...
I'd like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why? Do you like them? You know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating. I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair. What do you mean? Mean? Mean. Mean?
What the heck?
I think one could be kind of broke from that word.
Damn it!
Good grief, I don't understand why I have to pick apart every stupid little thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm just going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh,
Ah, the noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. Only the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Just let me say this. After I've achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you, understand?
In the name of my family.
In the name of the Togami family, which victory is a foregone conclusion.
you're getting all riled up.
Ooh, so cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you. I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you. Temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and the curtain closed in the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. The kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean. Most the hope despair thing that I don't really get, which is amusing considering Ed Walker and all, and the greatest setting that is. We'll come to it. Also, for anyone who missed the first episode, there was originally 15 students. And this character, whoever this is that's talking to Monokuma, is asking, who's the 16th student? Meaning, there's somebody missing.
Ooh. My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but... super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied. Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
And whoever they're talking to is friends with Monokuma. Ah. Mystery gets deeper. Because, yeah. 5 dead, we're down to 10. They asked who the 16th student is, so... somebody's missing. There's our reward for finishing the second chapter. We get Mondo's jacket. And the opportunity to save. And right there, we're going to call it quits for the evening. So I've been recording all of these for YouTube and cutting them off before I do the raids and stuff like that. So this will be the part where we leave you behind, YouTube. So hope you enjoyed this episode. Third episode, we got through the second class trial. We'll be back with some more probably later this week, actually. So I'll catch up a bit because I missed a few streams for it. But bye YouTube, hope you enjoy the VOD. I'll catch you on the next one. But for now, goodbye.